6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Oh, good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hello. Sprague back. Hope you guys had your nice little spring break without me. Nice to see you, Swag.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing good.
You look refreshed.
I feel refreshed.
Good.
It was nice to be off. The kids were off, so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to line up the schedule with the kiddos. The wife took time off. We went to the coast, and we were at the coast for most of spring break. Went up to visit my family at the beginning of spring break.
You were doing some family, and then we're just going to go chill. Did you chill?
Yes. Yeah, we chilled a lot, actually, yeah. The weather wasn't amazing. Like, it was sunny and it was clear, but like when it's sunny at the coast, it's actually windy.
It's windy, and yeah, it's not warm yet.
No, the warmest, we had a couple spots where it was like, oh, okay, it's nice and warm. Not much rain, and the apartment we rented was like, because we were in Depot Bay.
Oh, okay.
And so we're literally right off the main strip. The apartment is just facing the bay. Like, it's a perfect view.
Oh, yeah.
So even when it was like too windy or maybe a little cold out, because, you know, if you're not whale watching and there's no whales, there's nothing to really do. You can only visit those storefronts so many times. So we would just go upstairs and just absolutely relax, veg out, have a little TV on, keep the curtains open.
Did you have a fireplace there?
We did. We put that thing on and enjoyed the ocean view. It was great. Got a lot of time on the beach in the moments that it was nice. Good. Went out and visited our good friends at Silet's Bay, Pelican Brewing.
Isn't that one nice?
Lincoln City. Oh, that was my first time there.
Yeah, well, that place is gorgeous.
It was beautiful. Shout out to our guy Ryan out there at Pelican, always hooking it up. And I probably had the best chicken sandwich of my entire life. And I'm not just saying that because they're friends of the program. Legitimately sat down and I was like 90% done. And I look at the sandwich and I'm chewing.
And you're like, I got to finish this.
And I'm like, I think this is the best crispy fried chicken sandwich I've ever had in my life.
There you go.
It was a hot honey sandwich with a beautiful slaw, like a pineapple slaw.
Okay.
Covered and coated perfectly. And then it had very thin, fresh, sweet pickles on it. It was perfect. The bun was toasted perfectly. It was great. So we had that and then came home for 2 days. And I was going to come back on Monday, but then I used to get my kids up and send them off to school. I'm a big morning guy, obviously here doing the show. And I was like, you know what? I have not sent my kids off to school in God knows how long. So I wanted to take Monday, have kind of a recharge, refresh day from a vacation, sleep in just a smidge, and then get my kids off to school.
Taking that extra day, especially doing this show.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I've started to do that where, like when we get long weekends, I got a trip coming up in April.
Uh-huh. Is that the guys' trip? That the fraternity trip?
That's the fraternity brother trip.
And then you have Italy in July?
We leave June 17th.
June 17th.
And we come back after the 4th of July. I'm gone for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, you're gone.
I'm gone.
Do we know who's replacing you, by the way, or are we still working on that?
We're still working on it.
Okay, good to know.
I'm just trying to figure out who's going to cover me for 4 days in April.
Yeah, I mean, that's just coming up. That's in a couple weeks.
Well, we're still waiting, for other announcements for other things. So.
Oh, are you telling me something I don't know? Because I've been out for a week. Oh, okay.
We haven't made a formal announcement.
Oh, that we're the home of the Portland.
That, yeah.
Still not doing that?
No.
What a weird dilemma.
You haven't missed anything.
You want to hear a soccer game, you can turn on the Fan Network, but we can't announce that we're the home yet.
Yeah, we've done 4 of them.
Yeah.
So Thorns are 2-2.
No big deal.
Actually off to a pretty decent start.
I wasn't naming teams. What are you talking about?
You know.
I know. I don't think they know. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's why it hasn't been formally announced yet.
So you're getting ready for that trip.
So, yeah, but we're flying back Monday morning instead of trying to hustle back Sunday night, that sort of thing.
Well, Dirt's doing that too. I think he has a day where when he comes back from his Hawaii trip, which, I went to Depot Bay. Okay? Different lifestyles here. I'm going to Depot Bay. He's flying to Hawaii.
Yeah, they're on the Big Island.
By the way, weather not as amazing over there as I thought it would be. I think it's like in his mid-60s, which is still, I'd take that all day.
Well, it's better than the storms that they were getting a couple of weeks ago.
He missed the flooding by a week.
Yeah.
And I was actually concerned for him because I want him to have a great vacation.
Well, especially it's the first time they're going somewhere with the kid. This was the first airplane flight. He was a nervous wreck.
Was he?
Yeah.
Teddy Ballgame, 6-hour flight. That's not easy.
Yeah.
No. He posted a video, Teddy Ballgame hitting a putt on one of the golf. He's already on the golf course, of course.
Excellent.
But I wanted the weather to be good for him. But I'm going to Depot Bay. He's going to Hawaii.
Yeah. Now, question.
Yeah.
There is a restaurant that was there on the main drag in Depot Bay forever called the Sea Hag.
Still there.
Still there.
Still serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
They used to have, because my parents, they had friends. There was a beach cabin like down in Yachats or something like that.
Yeah.
So we take off after school, and Friday night, that was it. They had a all-you-could-eat seafood buffet at the Sea Hag, and my dad loved it. And so we would stop there for dinner because we'd leave after school on Friday, drive down, stop there for dinner, and then we'd get to the cabin at late at night.
Sea Hag is still thriving.
That thing has been there at least 50 years.
Well, I'm pretty sure we saw... we didn't see them, but we saw the car of the owner because the license plate literally says Sea Hag.
Yeah.
And it's spaced out perfectly just like the sign.
Yeah.
The thing about Depot, because I'd been to Depot Bay, but I never stayed in Depot Bay. We'd always wanted to stay. I looked at the calendar. You know me with the FUP dates. I love animal news.
Yeah.
And so I had read that this past week is technically whale watching week because they're doing the migration north.
Yeah.
And so the whales are supposed to be coming right through the Depot Bay. What's Depot Bay known for? Gray whale watching.
Yeah.
And everybody goes there. They stop in. There's a whale center right there, right? So we have a room facing the bay. I'm like, this is perfect. We saw one whale the last day on the way out of town.
Yeah.
And so we saw it for maybe 10 minutes, and we kept we went around a little bit, went to Yachats, the gem of the coast, I had learned. Waldport, a delightful little beach town.
Yep.
That is where the forest meets the sea. Lincoln City, of course, is the friendliest town. I love that all these signs for these towns.
And the D River, the world's shortest river.
The D River, yep, absolutely. And so we're going, and we got all these viewpoints that we're stopping at to see them, and we had this whale watching crew. Specifically, they're wearing vests.
Oh, is it a tour or something?
No, not tour. Just they go to the different spots, and they just check out to see if they can see whales at these spots, right? And I'm talking to this guy, and I go, dude, we've been here for 2.5 days. We've not seen one whale. He goes, I know. It's historically, it's been one of the slowest weeks for the week of whale watching week we've recorded.
Wow.
I'm like, what? He's like, there were 3 total sightings yesterday. And I go, 3 total? He's like, yeah. And we have people all over these different viewpoints set to go see them and try to track them and see what they're doing. So we just had the biggest bad luck you could possibly have.
The water's not getting warm enough to the south yet, it hasn't warmed up where their instincts kick in, say, time to go, or
no,
they're further out to sea.
They might be further out, and then also it just is bad luck.
Yeah.
They're just not coming through because there's big pods of them, right?
Right.
They don't all collectively just thousands of them together.
Right. No.
They're broken up into pods. And so you get one pod come in, and the next pod might be 5 days behind. And we were in that window of when one pod left and another pod was going through. So let me just say this. I'm a big coastie here. I am the opposite.
You're the biggest coastie, I think.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite of Danny Meringue. I think our coastal towns are delightful. I love them. Yeah. I wish our show was on the coast. I was in Newport. And let me just tell you, Newport has a sports radio station.
There's got to be a blowtorch there somewhere on the coast that gets far enough up and down.
I'm officially putting Depot Bay on probation. The Sprague family is putting Depot Bay. You're on probation. We are not going to visit you for at least 8 months.
Wow.
We may drive through you to get to another town.
Yeah.
We're not. You've lost us for 8 months.
Wow.
There's an 8-month probationary period here where I was staying in you for 4 days, and I thought you were going to deliver, and you didn't deliver at all with the whales. You're known for whale watching. I liked your town. People were nice. Our view was great. We got a great sunset. Got to give me the whales.
Okay.
You cannot be the whale watching town and not give me any whales. So the Whale Watching Center is great. Those people are great. We went to the OSU Marine Biology Center instead of the aquarium in Newport, which, by the way, you want to save some bucks and give your kids an experience, go to the OSU Center. It's $5 to get in.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what the aquarium charges, but we're going to guess like 6 times that probably at minimum.
Yeah.
Dude, octopuses and whale bones and wave machines and all this kind of underwater sea life that you can see and learn about. It was great. But I'm probation, Depot Bay. Probation 8 months for the Sprague family. So it was a good vacation.
There you go.
It was nice to charge, rest a little bit, come back. We got a lot to talk about. I was kind of bummed I took yesterday off about midway through where my show would be on because I was like, damn it, dude. The Yukon-Duke game.
Yeah.
The Elite Eight game's not great. The Duke-Yukon game.
No, they closed with a an all-timer.
I do think the Purdue game was a little better than people give it, though.
Yeah.
Purdue was winning at the half.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I mean, they got way outscored in the second half, but it took a while.
I was not focused on. I snuck over to Bend. We snuck over to Bend to see PAX.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How was the weather in Bend? Because my sister.
It was glorious. It was 70 degrees on Friday when we were there. Not quite as warm on Saturday, but still
nice.
Nice.
Yeah. You just can't beat when the sun's out. Even when it's a little cold, you just feel better when the sun's out.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
But yeah, got home in time then and watched the Yukon-Duke game. And it looked, first half I'm like, all right.
I know. I was like,
and then all of a sudden I looked up and I was like, oh, here we go.
Well, they would cut it to like 6. I want to get into that, but like they'd cut it to like 6, and then Yukon or Duke would push it back to like 11. You're like, they're just not going to do it, are they? And then that final like 2 minutes was just like, what did Duke go? Like they had one basket in the final
something like that
minute 50 or something. You're just like, oh my God, they're going to choke this game away. And they had a couple times throughout the season, as good as they were, they had blown some leads. Mm-hmm. They had let teams come back into games. The Siena game, like to start the whole tournament. I didn't love them to win the national championship, but I was like, all right, they could maybe blow this. To see that play happen. Because I had a buddy who had Yukon in the Final Four. I had Duke in the Final Four. And we just both were like, oh, when he hits the shot. So we'll talk about that. We actually have a guest that covers Yukon as we get an early peekaboo to the Final Four. Dom Amore.
Yes.
The Hartford Current.
That's right. He was there.
He's going to hop on. He was at the game.
He was in D.C.
And he's going to hop on with us at 6:30 today. We'll also catch up with our friend Corn Cobb. David Cobb's going to hop back on, CBSSports.com. He's going to be on at 8:45 today. It's a Mail Sack Tuesday, so you got to get your Mail Sack questions in at 503-864-6326.
Mail Sack!
Always nice to come back on a Mail Sack Tuesday, so any question is welcome in the Mail Sack. It's great to be back on the saddle. Let's get it going. Let's do an early peekaboo of the Final Four and discuss the teams and who we like kind of going in early here on a Tuesday. Dirt and Sprague, we start with some Final Four conversation on 105.1 The Fan.
AM.
Yeah, I got listeners out there. It's nice to hear from everybody early in the morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Little 6:18 on 105.1 The Fan. Somebody saying, Sprague, there's 20 to 55 sightings in the last 10 days at Depot Bay, to which I'd say the first day we got there, they officially listed 5 views the whole day. So you got to remember, like, we go to Depot Bay, right? We're staying in Depot. We're not in Depot all day the entire time. So every time we were there, we would have just missed a window when they swam through because we were at a different viewpoint where we couldn't see them. And so it was just a string of bad luck. So am I being unfair to Depot Bay? Yeah, a little bit. There's no doubt. The Seahawks, great. Also a reminder from a listener, Robin Williams' picture hanging in, because Robin Williams was a frequent patron of the Seahawks when he was alive. He would randomly stop in, and he loved staying at Depot Bay. A delightful town. Again, I don't hate it. I'm just upset with my bad luck that every time we got there, or every time we would look for whales, we would miss the window. We had, one of those, you go to Airbnb, and they got those, like, journals of people who stay at the B&B, Swigard, and they write little notes about their time.
Yeah.
The funniest thing was reading every note before us. Oh, a delightful sunset with at least 15 whales seen swimming as the sun was setting. Oh, a delightful little day. We had a whale pop its whole tail out of the water. Oh, a delightful day. A whale jumped right in front of the view. And I'm like, I've sat here for countless hours.
Yeah, where's my fluke?
I have binocular. I look like the biggest of tourists, binoculars on a balcony looking like a pervert. And I'm out here not seeing any naked whales. Where are my I needed more whales in my window watching. And that was the unfortunate nature of our trip, is we just missed all the windows. And so it was just a string of bad luck for us. Talk about a string of bad luck. The way Duke lost, and then Tennessee running into the buzzsaw that was Michigan and is Michigan.
Yeah.
And the second half, Purdue found out that Arizona can be quite good. So we got a Final Four here of Yukon, Michigan, Illinois, and Arizona. And I don't know. I'm really looking forward to this. I thought if there's anything to learn, because I was reading some articles about the tournament, and it was, somebody wrote, well, while it's not chalk the way it was last year, and I just laugh at this. Like, yeah, I guess chalk by the traditional sense of it's not 4 number 1 seeds. But
it's not the women's tournament.
Okay, but it kind of is.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have Elite 8 games where all these teams, like Michigan did it to Tennessee, but you don't have all of the games where UConn's winning by 25 and South Carolina's winning by 25 to 30 and Texas is winning by 36. You don't have that, but Illinois, pretty good team. Brad Underwood, one of the best coaches in college basketball, right? Arizona's been around forever. Michigan has been in our lives forever. Dusty May's one of the best coaches. Yeah. And UConn's won 2 of the last 3 national championships. Like, they might win 3 in the next 4. So while it might not be traditionally all number 1s chalk that way, let's not act like these are Cinderellas or these are teams that had no
they're
chance. Not. These are all teams that had decent odds to be in this at some point. If
well,
not
for Michigan and Arizona, they're teams that have been chasing a national title for a long time since their last one, and now they're there. Illinois never won one.
Illinois is there for the first time since 2005, but Illinois has been a pretty good team for 3 seasons.
No, it's a great program. They've got tradition. It's just the thing that they haven't done is win it all.
Yeah.
Just like Gonzaga.
No doubt. And their coach is a great story.
Yeah.
JUCO guy, worked his way up. Did all the legwork.
They had a great soundbite for him. They were talking to him about, at this level, is it unfair to go to Houston? And basically, he's like, when I was a JUCO coach, I was driving 16-player vans from Dodge City to Mesa, Arizona. So I don't give a crap. Well, this is awesome.
I would say, if anything, the tournament, because I love having the best teams at this point. Like, I'm not somebody that needs the George Mason in a Final Four. I'm not mad at it, but I don't need it. What I would say is I do think right now, the way the sport is structured, I do think the mid-major is dead. I don't think it's dead from winning a game. I think it's dead from ever getting close to this point again.
Yeah. And so I think Dusty May's Florida Atlantic cruise the last one?
I think it might be. I think there's a really good argument that it is. I think the thing that we're learning is if you're mid in a major conference, you can get there. That's the new definition of mid-major. Tennessee, Tennessee, Elite 8 team. Rick Barnes did a good job. Not their best year. Texas had a nice little run, right? but these are middle of major conference teams. You're not going to have McNeese State, I think, get to Elite Eights anymore. I think that is dead, and you're just going to have to deal with programs you're familiar with having surprise runs one season, or a Yukon team that isn't as great as their national title teams were.
But they still got dudes that were on the national title teams. They didn't panic.
Yep.
They didn't roll over.
They have a red-ass good coach who nobody likes for obvious reasons.
He's a little less red-ass this year.
He put his head on an official's head after they hit the shot. What other year did he headbutt? Headbutt, he's a bit extreme. What other year did Hurley put his head on another ref, like a ref's head? I'd argue no.
Little less.
I'd strongly. You're listening to his press conferences where he's like, I actually had less technicals this year. No, he's still a red ass, and he's still really unlikable. But I also love him for the sport. I think it's cool to say you don't like somebody, but they're good or bad for a sport. And I think that's what Hurley is for college hoops. I'm not a big Hurley guy. I don't think I'd enjoy playing for somebody like that. But he is a great character for the sport. Not my favorite, but he's a good character heel for the sport. Him going head-to-head with an official and not getting teed up, that was... I just watched that, and I'm like, what? You could just put your head on another ref's head and nothing happens from this? How emasculating for that official. I don't care if they're friends or not friends. I thought that was insane. But, dude, I look at this right now. Who would you guess is the favorite? Do you know who the favorites are to win the title?
I would guess Michigan or Arizona.
Michigan is the favorite.
Yeah.
Second is Arizona.
There's some saying that that's really the de facto national title game.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I think
Illinois is a wagon.
Yeah. They can shoot. They're just as long.
And also, UConn's had a couple comebacks
2-point guards, essentially.
But there is something about UConn that's like, I'm not ready to dismiss them.
Because there's still dudes that played on those national championship teams, so they're not.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
I thought the underrated play,
And Terrace Reed is maybe, There's
a lot that people talked about from the Duke-UConn ending. I think one of the more kind of underrated to me was the fact that Caravan, who's been there forever, he's bypassed going to the NBA to come back.
Yeah.
He had the ball with 4 seconds, and he turned to a freshman and said, you take it. And it's not, I don't think that's I'm scared to take the shot. That was the right person to shoot. He was wide open. He was just a little further back. I thought that was an underrated great play. That guy, that many years at UConn, choosing to pass the ball to a freshman.
And that's Dan Hurley's
And
influence.
I think that's what you get from a Hurley team is it's just sacrifice and best shot, and that's what Caravan was after. And Mullins hit a hell of a shot, nothing but the bottom of the net. So it's going to be fun to watch these 4 teams go at it. And it might be, as you mentioned, the de facto championship could just be Michigan-Arizona. But I think I like Illinois, Michigan to get to the final, early peekaboo. And then if I was to lean in and pick somebody, I think I'm ultimately going to go with the team I picked to win the whole enchilada. I think Michigan. I think they're the second biggest of the 4. I think Illinois is technically the biggest.
Yeah.
But Michigan's right there with their size. I love Dusty May's. I love just the way he coaches. And so I think I'm going to pick them to beat Arizona and Illinois to beat UConn. Early picks, I know. We got the weekend to think about it.
I think I originally picked I picked Arizona to get to the national championship game.
I had Michigan, Florida. And by the way, I was gone for the Florida stuff. I didn't get to talk about Florida.
Yeah, they were the first one out.
Don't even get me started on piss-poor execution and coaching at the end of a game. That was embarrassing on all fronts. We'll talk a little Duke-UConn. From the UConn angle, though, Dom Amore, the Hartford Current, is going to hop on. He was at this game. Where does that register? And then what does he think of their chances to beat Illinois and Dan Hurley in general? We'll talk with Dom Amore coming up next before Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, the NBA officially approving the transition of ownership of the Trailblazers from Paul Allen's estate to Tom Dunden's group on Monday, and Dunden's first game as owner is tonight in LA against the Clippers. Could be a play-in preview. Portland enters the Intuit Dome, a game and a half behind LA for the 8th spot in the West. 8 p.m. late tip. It's part of the NBC coast-to-coast action. Clips a 5.5-point favorite. Women's Final Four all set for Phoenix, and it's all chalk. The 4 number 1 seeds winning their regional finals by an average of 26.5 points. Friday's national semifinals pit UConn versus South Carolina at 4, followed by UCLA and Texas at 6:30. Those are on ESPN. Cal Raleigh's walk-off RBI single in the bottom of the ninth gave the Mariners a series opening victory against the Yankees 2-1. The final, same two teams tonight, 6:40 on TBS. For the national TV audience, Max Fried, Logan Gilbert, your scheduled starters. College baseball over on 910 ESPN Portland this afternoon. The 15th-ranked Oregon Ducks hosting the Portland Pilots at PK Park. 5:05 first pitch. Our pregame coverage begins at 4:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the fan. The big stories you've heard about, and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
The Daily Ticker with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Well, we were talking about the Final Four teams, Illinois, Arizona, Michigan, and Yukon, who had a gritty comeback and one of the best shots in tournament history, with Mullins hitting almost a half-court heave with 0.3 left in the game and their comeback against Duke. So we thought, let's talk to our good friend over there in Hartford, Connecticut, who was at the game covering Yukon, Dom Amore of the Hartford Courant, joining us now this morning. Dom, good morning. Thanks for hopping on with us. Biggest shot you've ever seen in person?
Probably at a basketball game. I've done a lot of other sports where I've been, blessed to have been to some great moments and covered some great moments. But as far as covering college basketball the last 15, 20 years I've covered it, yeah, that would probably be right at the top of the list. I mean, given first of all, the nature of the shot, the depth of it, the circumstances, it wasn't a tie game. It was win or lose on that shot. And then it was, two ancient rivals, with a long history of games like that, including one going the other way in 1990. So I think you put all the emotions and everything involved. I would have to say that was the most thrilling moment I've had covering basketball.
I mean, it's from a viewer standpoint, utterly shocking to watch them come back from the deficit they were at, but they kind of just whittled away as the second half was going on. This is not your traditional powerhouse Yukon Hurley team, but the fact that they're in a Final Four and the way that they fight, I mean, how do you just put into words what this team was able to, or so far has been able to accomplish to get to at least back to a Final Four?
Well, they've played games like that all year. They've played close games all year. Now, they've played close games and won they beat a lot of good teams, winning close games. Beat Illinois, beat Florida during the season, beat BYU when they were healthy. But in the Big East, they also played a lot of close games just like that against teams that they probably should have crushed. So you never really knew what to make of them. And then at the end, Hurley often said they were playing with fire by not putting teams away. And you saw, at the end of the season, it caught up with them. They lost a couple of games that they really had no business losing, and they would have been a number one seed. So it was kind of a year where it was hard to read exactly what they were. And if you look at the two games in D.C., now they were ahead 19 against Michigan State rather, and they lost the lead and were trailing by one. But that experience of playing all those tough games, they knew what to do. They knew how to close it out, got the lead back and held it and staved off Michigan State to win the game, a close game. And then you saw yesterday, they came from 19 back and they took the lead at the very end. But Duke really didn't know how to close out the game. Duke didn't know really what to do in that kind of a fight. But UConn, so all the experiences that they had, good and bad, playing and winning close games and closing them out, and then a couple of times that they failed, they knew what to do, and Duke just didn't know what to do, how to close that game out.
Dom Amore, our guest here from the Hartford Courant. You can find him on Twitter, at Amore Courant. You on Twitter, social media. Find all his articles at the Hartford Courant website. Now, we got the Final Four on Saturday here. It's Illinois-Yukon, and Illinois is the favorite here despite having a worse record. As you mentioned, though, Yukon having kind of an underrated weird year where they've beaten a lot of good teams, and then they had these comeback wins or these close calls against teams that maybe are lesser than. I'm curious what you just make of the matchup going in with Illinois against this Yukon group.
Well, I think Yukon has a heck of a chance to win the game. I mean, I know that just because they beat Illinois in November doesn't mean they're going to beat them now. But it certainly gives you some more confidence if you're Yukon than if you had lost by 20 in November. I mean, they know the matchup. They know that they're not overmatched by Illinois. They beat them. And they also beat them. I think that was Mullins' first game back from an injury, and he only played a few minutes. And Tarris Reed was playing with an injury. Those, so they weren't really fully healthy, and they beat Illinois. So I think, I think they are capable of matching up. We all remember that game 2 years ago in the Elite Eight when they had the 30-0 run against Illinois, and Larry David was in the stands screaming for Hurley to put his subs in. So I'm sure that's still very much on Illinois' mind, guys who might still be on the team from them, and certainly Coach Brad Underwood.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be an edginess there on their side. But, I think UConn has a heck of a chance to win the game. And, there's a lot of people, I don't know if you're aware of the Jordan's Furniture promo thing they did with the Red Sox a while ago, and now they're doing it with UConn. But if UConn wins this game and the women win their game, anybody who bought furniture at this store gets it for free. So there's like millions of dollars of free furniture for people in Connecticut riding on this store and on this game. Because you figure the women are going to win.
Yeah.
Based on their record, and so if they both get to the championship game, all these people get free furniture. So there's a lot riding on it for a lot of people.
What is he like? What is Hurley like to cover day to day? Because we can only see him on TV in games, and he's an absolute psycho competitor who will headbutt a ref or go head to head with a ref after a big shot and let you know that he's feeling pretty good. What's he like to cover day to day, and how much do you think he loves being? They're like the last favorite to win the national championship. They are below Illinois, Michigan, Arizona at the books, and whether he knows that or not, I don't know. But like he has to love kind of going into the Final Four as being the biggest underdog of the four.
Yeah, well, stuff like that is not going to escape him. I mean, believe me, he knows, and he's letting them know that people that no one thinks we can win, or we're the big underdogs here. He loves that. I'm often asked what it's like to cover him, and people expect me to say, "Oh, it's terrible." He's as good a guy and fun a coach to cover as you could cover. I mean, he's brutally honest. He's very expansive with his answers. I mean, he gives you all the time. If you're local guys, he gives you all the time you need. He'll stand there for 30 minutes and answer any question about anything, and he never takes anything out on the media. I mean, he knows that when he's a little over the top and brings things on himself. He owns it. He wears it. He doesn't hide from it. And he gives you. So to answer your question, he's a lot of fun. So, and of course he wins. That's the other. Oh, by the way, is there a school in the country that wouldn't trade their results for him and take the good with the bad? So he's a tremendous amount. And again, the thing that I respect is whether they lose a game or lose an excruciating game or whatever the case is, he doesn't walk into the press room and start snapping it at the media and taking it out on us. He never does that, and he never hides from us. So, to me, if you're covering a team as a beat writer or as a columnist or as an influencer, you couldn't ask for a fuller, richer experience than to cover him. He's terrific, and like I said, an important thing, he doesn't snap at us. During the games, he's a maniac, and of course he goes after officials, etc. But it's gotten to the point where every little thing, every little mannerism of his becomes a big deal when it shouldn't, because he doesn't do a whole lot that other coaches don't do. He does just enough to get himself in trouble, I admit. But he doesn't do. But so other coaches do things too. And the thing after the game where he went to talk to the ref, that was like a joke. They're they're friendly, and he just kind of said something to him, and he put his head up close to him. He didn't headbutt the ref. But people just get out of hand, and they look for ways to make a big deal out of things. But for the most part, what's it like to cover him? It's an experience, but it's generally a fun experience.
Last one for you, Dom, because we do appreciate the time. For whatever reason, and I think largely it's because of the way the Laker thing went, I think a lot of people are counting the years, seasons, what have you, until he ultimately departs to the NBA. I'm curious your thoughts on him leaving UConn after what he's accomplished, and he still could accomplish more if he wins another national championship. Just the odds of him staying at UConn versus wanting to test what he is as a coach out at the next level.
He doesn't express a passion for doing that. I think he realizes that a lot of his methods and a lot of his approaches to things would not fit in the NBA unless it was exactly the right kind of team. I think if it's a young rebuilding team that's going to put him in complete control of the draft and player procurement, where you have a GM that works for him the way a GM in college works for the coach, I think that would be a fit. He also doesn't want to leave the East Coast. He's made that pretty clear. His family has made that pretty clear. So, for instance, Brooklyn, which seems to be perpetually in the basement and always rebuilding, a situation like that, if he wanted to do it, could work, for him. But I don't think he has a burning desire to do that. He's certainly well enough paid, and I think he's reluctant to give up what he's got at UConn and then maybe try to, because he knows he's not going to be able to come back later. Mm-hmm. So, nothing would surprise me because, of course, if they win another championship, particularly, and even if I would say even getting back to the Final Four again, teams are gonna certainly be interested and check in on him. So he's going to get phone calls, I'm sure, and one might just tempt him. But I don't think he has, to answer your question, I don't think he has a driving desire or curiosity to do that, at least not just yet.
There we go. Good stuff. Dom Amore, our guest over there, Hartford Courant, covering UConn, all UConn things, the women with the chance to get to the title game and the men with the chance to get to the title game, both in a Final Four, on Twitter at Amore Courant. Thank you so much, Dom, for hopping on with us this morning. We appreciate the time. Keep up the good work, and maybe we'll catch up with you down the road.
Hey, you got it, Brandon, anytime.
All right, there we go. Good stuff from our good friend Dom Amore over there at the Hartford Courant. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that he's actually fun to cover. I think we see the television production of Dan Hurley.
Yeah, I just think he's just one of those ultra-competitive guys, and he gets in the forum and he loses his damn mind because he wants to win so bad.
You see that all the time. You see that in rec leagues with guys. You nicest guy, and then you get on the court.
But I don't think he's Mick Cronin off the court either.
No, I think he's kind of one of the boys.
I think he's somebody, if you were some young beat writer and all of a sudden you get the job, you would be one who's you're a little nervous. He would recognize that once he figured out who you are, and he'd be like, let's go get a cup of coffee. Let me figure out who you are. You ask me the question you don't want to ask in front of everybody else and look stupid.
A couple more things on the ending of the Yukon-Duke game itself, specifically the ending that I heard that I want to talk about that I didn't get a chance to talk about yesterday. And some of the narratives about John Scheyer, who is reminding me of another college coach. So be careful your takes out there. I'll tell you who. Next on The Fan.
The Fan VIP Golf
I talk about something that I quite enjoyed over the last 3 days in the sports world. Our thanks again to Dom Amore, the Hartford Current. Well, it's nice to have the 3-hour time zone gap. You get people on the 6 a.m. hour, they better be East Coast or Midwest. Those West Coast people ain't waking up for that interview.
Oh, no.
One of our listeners said, boo this man for his Dune 3 trailer take. I have to go check out what his Dune 3 trailer take was. If it was bad, I might have to put Dom on our 2-week probationary period with Depot Bay for my whale-watching escapades. So I've heard a lot of the fallout from the Duke-UConn thing. I think one of my funniest ones is that people... Look, I understand that when you come up short as a program of Duke's caliber, it's going to be debated and talked about, right? I have been very complimentary of Jon Scheyer. I am no Duke fan. In the Duke-Carolina rivalry,
you and I, that's our one alignment. We are Carolina over Duke any damn day of the week.
Well, also Otani. We both love Otani.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But I'm no Duke fan. And could that have happened to a better team? No. Watching that happen, even though I had Duke in the Final Four, I celebrated. All right? I love
Duke
it when they
winning the
lose.
whole thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't like to pick them to be in the Final Four, but some years I'm like, that's a lot of talent. I think Boozer's amazing. Here we go. To watch what happen and see a historic ending to a game in tournament history, like a shot that is going to be played and remembered forever, I loved the immediate Jon Scheyer. Oh, do we got a Jon Scheyer problem? Like, that's been like of all the takes I've seen, it's been last year's collapse against Houston, which was quite extraordinary.
Yes.
And then he had this year's collapse against UConn. And so it's because the guy who hasn't done it means he can't do it, or we need to question if he has the ability. Jon Scheyer, I looked this up last night. Jon Scheyer has an .832 winning percentage at Duke since he took over for Coach K.
Yeah.
And I only bring this up because it's just interesting to me. I'm somebody that will be fair. I will criticize, but I'll also tell you how I feel about coaches. And if I think somebody's a good coach, even if they lose in a big game, it doesn't really change my overall feeling of a coach. I don't go, well, he can't win that one game, so I don't know if he's really the guy for the job. And I'm not suggesting that people are saying fire Jon Scheyer, because that's not going to happen. But he has an .832 winning percentage since he took over K. That's remarkable. He's got multiple conference titles in the tournament. He's been to a Final Four. He's been to Elite Eight. Like, the dude's accomplished something. You know who he is in college basketball? He's the Dan Lanning of that sport. And that's what's funny to me, is Dan Lanning has an .857 winning percentage. Yeah. Dan Lanning hasn't won a national championship.
No, there's one game he's got to figure out how to win.
Right. He lost in the quarters 2 years ago against Ohio State. He got to the semis this year, and he got blown out by Indiana. And I think because of the way they lost those games, we're now concluding this, and that. Where I'm like, dude's 39 years old.
Exactly.
Recruits as a top 5 team in the country, is great in the portal, hasn't missed so far in his coaching decisions.
And I think both these coaches behind closed doors are so fixated. They're the ones that, I don't need to go back and relive how we blew out,
I mean,
our
they're
sisters
sharp.
of the poor by 40. I need to figure out, okay, what happened in these situations and why aren't we ready for this, or what, okay. And they're going to fixate and just.
Scheyer is a better pass away from being in the Final Four.
Yeah.
Right? And look, by the way.
One pump fake, let him come down, and the game's over.
I've seen the criticism
of that. And that's on a kid.
Well,
it's just on a kid in the motion. And
here's my only Scheyer criticism. You had a timeout. You didn't call it until there was .3 left. Men's college basketball is dumb. Timeouts don't advance the ball the way it should, the way it is in the women's.
I know. They just need to adopt the women's
There was
rules.
no play you were drawing up with .3 left that was going to win that game. That game was over.
The only reason I have for holding the time, and no, they could have called the timeout while they had the ball.
You have a young team. You call a timeout when you're inbounding there. There's 10 seconds left. You say, look, guys, if worse comes to worse, hold it. But I'm not even mad that he attempted the pass. It ended up not working for him, but I've seen a lot of criticism of Scheyer on that play, and I'm like...
No, that's on players.
I mean, it's just, it's also a little bit of bad luck.
Yeah.
Boozer has the right idea. You get that ball advanced, that game it's over. Maybe you should have just rolled the ball forward instead of trying to do an over-the-head pass. So there's execution that can happen that's better, certainly. But I just find the Scheyer criticism, I am no Duke fan. I want them to lose. That dude's a good coach.
He's a
really good coach.
He's
so good, in fact, that North Carolina fired their own guy because they are tired of watching what Duke has accomplished, even though it hasn't been a national championship yet.
And they beat Duke this year.
And they beat Duke in one of the 2 games. So I saw a lot of criticism of Scheyer, and I'm like, dude, he's college basketball's Dan Lanning. He's young. Yeah. He's 38 years old.
He knows how to relate to players. He's going to get recruits left and right.
It's hard to win a title, guys. It's not going to happen every year.
And he's following the legend, and he's not. And they haven't
fallen off at all. I'd argue they've just stayed exactly where they were at when Kay left, if not accelerated in some little ways. Kay was an all-timer, but I find the criticism funny, and I wasn't even mad at the idea of passing the ball forward. As a coach, you're like, damn. Thing you didn't
sometimes that's the thing. You go quick and catch them before they can set up. It was just a great double-team blitz.
Yeah, it was just a perfectly timed play. And credit also to Yukon for almost hitting a half-court shot. That's what it also
he still had to hit a 35-footer to beat you.
So criticism of Scheyer a little far-fetched in my mind. All-time great play, though, and fun to watch that team lose every single time. A loaded second hour of the radio program, Hour 2, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, the ownership transition of the Trailblazers is complete. The NBA officially approved Tom Dunden's group to take over from the Paul Allen estate. And their first game in ownership is tonight in LA against the Clippers. Could be a play-in preview. Portland enters the Intuit Dome, game and a half behind LA for the 8th spot in the West. This will be the late 8 p.m. tip, part of NBC's Coast to Coast Tuesday on KGW8. Clips 5.5-point favorites. Cal Raleigh walking off the Yankees in their series opener. An RBI single gives Seattle a 2-1 win. Same two teams tonight, 6:40 first pitch on TBS for the national TV audience. Max Fried and Logan Gilbert are your scheduled starters. College baseball on 910 ESPN Portland today. 15th-ranked Oregon hosting the Portland Pilots at PK Park. 5:05 first pitch, pregame coverage at 4:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon Ducks.
Dunden Sprague here, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hello. It's good to be back on a
Mail sack
Tuesday. So if you have mail sack questions, I need to start copy-pasting here. I got to go back a little bit. It's not always easy to hit 18 different levers at one time. So mail sack questions can be texted in at 503-864-6326. We'll get to that in the final hour. David Cobb's going to join us, CBSSports.com, at 8:45 today. Get the mail sack questions in either at the text line or I will copy-paste and go through if there's any on the YouTube chat. We're also on YouTube, the Odyssey app, wherever you can find us. Thank you for being with us on this delightful Tuesday morning. As we talked a lot of NCAA tournament talk and my lack of seeing whales on my Depot Bay spring break trip. Kind of felt bad for the kiddos. Their cousins were in Cabo, and we were in 51 degrees with wind, Depot Bay. Tough when your family's somewhere like Cabo and it's 75, sunny out every day, and the water is turquoise versus...
Exactly.
We're going to stay in the apartment half the day because it's 40-mile-an-hour winds today.
How about
kids?
another game of gin rummy?
Actually, I had to teach the youngest Uno, which may or may not have been a mistake.
Oh, fixated with it now?
Well, yeah. I'm a big Uno guy. Like, that was what me and my extended family would play, and she's learned it now. My wife hates Uno. I mean, hates Uno with the passion of a million suns.
Does she just not like card games in general?
No, it's Uno.
Oh, okay.
Because she hates the draw 2, draw 4, skip you, reverse back, you don't go, draw a card because you don't have the number or the color, and get a million cards because you have a run of bad luck of not getting a green. That's why she hates it. So now the youngster every day, you play Uno? I'm like, yeah, I'll play, because I know the wife does not want to play. And so we learned that delightful game over the weekend. A lot to get to here in the second hour. We're going to talk a little Tom Dunden. Tom Dunden officially announced. I know that we knew he was going to be the owner.
Yep.
We knew that was coming down, but the league finally announced it.
All is good. I'm wondering if he's going to be sitting next to Ballmer tonight. That's my curiosity, because it's a national TV game.
It's a Peacock, late night LA game.
Yeah.
And that's a big one for them in the old seeding race of the play-in.
They're a game and a half back.
Oh, God.
Of 8th. You win this, you're a half game back.
Oh, here we go.
Plus, this is...
Are people getting excited about the play-in? Because I keep encountering Blazer fans who are like, and I'm just telling you, I'm being honest. If Blazer fans are like, yo, I'm super jacked, this, like, there's some bright spots.
You haven't even sniffed this for 5 years, so I get it. It's actually...
Sniffed what?
Elimination game, a play-in game, a something on the line game.
Yeah. I have a neighbor that's a big Blazer fan, and like big Blazer fan.
Yeah.
And he'll randomly walk past the house once in a while, and he was like, "Yeah, dude, not really catching most of the games anymore. I'm just, what are we?" And he goes, you hear anything about Jeremy? Because Jeremy got injured during the Mav game.
Yeah, calf strain or something.
And I go, I hadn't seen an update, but they're supposed to release something today at some point. And he goes, yeah, I saw that news. Didn't watch the game, though. And I was like, oh, okay. Following the Blazer news, but not watching the Blazer game.
But as far as having something on the line, this game actually has some. You lose this,
you're probably not going to pass them.
You're in the 9-10 game.
Yeah, you're going to play
Steph
Curry or a Warrior.
You get them at your place, second to last game of the season, and you could play your way into the 8th seed, which means all you have to do is win one game against the Suns.
Yes.
And you're in the playoffs. And you're the 7th seed, and we get to see at least Wemby's coming to our building for 2 games.
I like that you have that idea in your mind. I love that you live there. And there's nothing wrong with living there. What have we had to root
Exactly.
for? There's been
so
nothing.
Mostly I want to see, okay, there's actually something tangible on the line. There's not something made up. Now, the value of what is on the line is left up to the individual. Okay, is it that big? This team hasn't had anything on the line in March, in April, in half a decade.
But they're also not 100%. It just
I don't care.
That loss to the Mavs, I can't get that out of my brain.
Exactly. That's
not a game you should be losing.
No. So I want to know, can Tiago get whatever group he's got ready to go, come up with a game plan, and are they locked in? Do I think if Kawhi is being Kawhi and they're going to beat him on the road? No, I don't.
That's my take. If Kawhi plays, they're not better than that Clipper team.
But
Ben Matherin's been really good since the Clippers trade.
This is more about seeing how you come out and what is there, and this is a game that I'm going to draw some conclusions from people on rather than what happened last week.
Well, we'll talk about the Dunden ownership thing because there's things that I'm really excited about, and then there's things.
Plus, your new owner is there now. He can actually make decisions.
He's interesting. He is a very interesting cat to read about, and I hope that we get a chance to either meet him on the radio station at some point of any one of the shows just so we can hear from him. He's more accessible through the media than the former. I don't know how you want to categorize that. But then the last ownership group, the Vulcans post-Paul Allen.
Outgoing.
Well, outgoing. There you go. So we'll dive into a little bit of Dunden here in the second hour. A not-so-good thing here, and then also a hilarious thing I want to talk about. But I want to start the second hour of the program, if you would indulge me. I got a little baseball chatter.
How would I not indulge you?
I got a little baseball chatter. I got to be honest, guys. I know. Early baseball, who cares about
Your
the
Braves
3-1s?
are off to a nice little start.
3-1. Watch out, Royals and A's.
It's like my Doyers.
Fuegos. Yeah, you guys lost to the Guardians last night.
Yeah, some poor base running, some not good situational at bats.
You know what's funny about the Dodgers
but they
losing?
probably should not have won any of those opening series games.
The funny thing is there was an article because of the way that they won their opening series game. It was like, the Dodgers are destined to go 162-0. They literally lost the next game after that article was written.
Yeah.
I want to admit, as a Braves fan who is watching more baseball now, because baseball, I'll give baseball its credit.
Got to feel good about Elder going yesterday.
It was great just to see him go the length that he did.
Yeah.
Like, that's not something they've had from him in a while. Baseball has got me back, and I know this has been talked about and written about, but baseball's done a good job with some of the rule changes, and I've got the Braves package. I can't watch Mariner games because I don't have standard cable anymore, but I
will say, if you have Comcast, they have put the Mariners games on the old Root Sports channel.
Which is great for Mariner fans locally, and I saw they had the Cal Raleigh walk-off after they didn't start him last night because he hasn't gotten off to the greatest of starts. I was very critical, and I've become old, staunchy, anti-technology guy in some ways.
I want robo-umps so bad.
Well, we don't have robo-umps, but we have robo-strike zones that can be challenged.
The challenge
to be
system is good.
I've loved it.
Yeah.
And as a fan of every game the Braves have played and all the stuff I've seen around Major League Baseball, because I'm watching Major League Baseball Network and I'm seeing all the highlight stuff on SportsCenter. There was the Suarez challenge against that
CB Buckner.
CB Buckner
did not have a good night.
No, he did not. And you pointed me to a website that tracks all the ABS challenges. And for something that I was against, I am loving the 2-second buildup. Is this a ball or strike? And then it shows it, and it's by the thinnest of margins, most of the replay challenges.
Oh, yeah,
that I'm
quarter
watching.
of an inch.
Which I'm not mad at umps for missing those calls. You can't be. It's impossible to be that perfect.
Well, and guys are throwing, they're throwing 90 miles an hour and they're braking this much. And so, yeah.
And then the framing is stellar by these catchers. I mean, to the point where batters are taking risks on challenges. For something that I was kind of against, I've loved it. I think it's been great. And here we go. I'll say it again. Rob Manfred is the Michael Scott of sports. He has no idea what he's doing. I don't think he loves baseball, but I think he's making every right move you could possibly make to make me as a sports fan.
Yeah, I know. We're not in the meeting,
back.
so I don't know if he's got like really good minions that are, some analytics people or some.
There's a Jim Halpert in there somewhere.
So
there's definitely
who
that.
are going through
boosting his sales numbers. And how do you do this? And he can't really explain it.
Yeah.
That's who he is.
Or if Manfred just goes in and he's got, just brilliant big ideas and gets guys going, and then he's
ballsy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's willing to take on, don't overlook the pitch clock thing, the runner on second thing. Those were really
like I said, the only one I've ever really had. There were things that I wouldn't like to see, like the getting rid of the DH in the National League. That was my old school thing, but I also understand there's no pitchers don't hit anywhere else.
But you kind of love it though, don't you? You like
no,
it now?
I still don't. I still like the strategy that it invokes, but I
love it.
I'm not dying on that hill. I'm like, the league's going. It's whatever.
I don't need to see Paul Skeens bat.
Yeah,
give me Paul Skeens on the bump, and I'm in. I don't need to see the bat.
And that it makes Shohei that much more, amazing for what he's doing. And you'll get some more two-way players, I think. There's still some two-way guys in college.
You think we're going to get more Shoheis? That's the other thing about baseball. They're off to a great start with their young prospects and players.
Yeah. I think you might see relievers. Like there's college guys that I think want to hit and want to play every day, and don't want to give up the hitting. And I think they'll have more opportunities to do that if they can do it. The only one I ever didn't like because it rewarded stubbornness was the anti-shift rule.
Yeah, I'm not mad about. Yeah, I get that.
No, I'm a pull hitter. I'm going to pull it no matter what. And the defense says, okay, I'm going to put three guys over there for you. Yeah. You can have the entire, and they still wouldn't do it, and you caved into them. That one bothers me. Learn how to hit the opposite way.
They have found ways around that, though, a little bit. Riley had a diving catch for the Bravos.
Well, you just got to start. I mean, guys are athletic enough where as long as they start on each side of second base, you can still get over in the hole, that sort of thing.
You're kind of shifting without.
But the premise of not forcing,
not making hitters adjust.
Yeah. Learn how to hit the opposite way. Be a complete hitter.
But it is fun to do it. I saw the Yankees are 5 for 5 on their ABS challenges, but Aaron Boone was all pissed off because they had to challenge a call yesterday. He's like, it ruined our offensive momentum. I'm like, get out of here. What are you talking about, loser? But I've loved it. I think it's been great.
No, it's fun. It adds a little drama to it. And the most thing is, it's pretty quick.
I've loved the announcers, at least on the broadcasts.
The broadcasts are having fun with it.
Wait, do they have a challenge left? I think they got one left. I love them debating it. Salvador Perez against the Braves. He went perfect. Yeah. Every challenge he had was dialed in. It was perfect. It's been great, and I think it's good for the umps too because they get to learn more and more. Some of these margins are too slim for them to really adjust much.
Yeah, the stuff that's
But the C.B. Buckner stuff needs to be addressed.
Hopefully, it gets them to. Now, there were some that said, because later on, he called Trevor Story on a check swing that people thought, and he didn't go down to first for the appeal. He just called it there and rung him up. And some were thinking that was a little bit emotional after he'd been shown up by the APA. Cora got tossed and Story lost his mind. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
I think it's been good.
So far, overall, 55% is the overturn rate
so
from
not
challenges.
As high as I thought. Okay, so that's good.
Fielders, so pitchers and batters are looped together in fielders. They're 58%. Yep. Batters are 50%.
Okay.
So the catchers... little better.
They get a better read of it anyway. Whereas the hitters are just like, what is a strike zone for me versus
there have been 227 challenges so far.
Been really good, man. I've enjoyed it, and it's only early in the season, so we're underway with 59, 58 games left for most teams. But I've really enjoyed it. It hasn't changed any of the way I watch the game. The game still goes at a pretty good flow, and it happens pretty quick, and I think it's better.
The people that are having the hardest time with it are the people that run the graphics for the score bug. Because when there's a challenge on like a third strike and they move it head to the out, and then they got to
adjust all the things. They'll adjust. They'll be okay. A lot to get to in the second hour of the program. We roll on. This not so good stat that's a little alarming and couldn't be a better answer from this individual than what they said a couple days ago. I'll get to that coming up next. 105.1 The Fan.
The Firm of Harris and Meringue. Now weekdays 10 to 1.
Yeah. We talked about this the other day.
Oh, you don't have legs, but you can outrun me. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like Oscar Pistorius, he had the enhanced blades. I'm like, he doesn't have knees.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
And he runs faster than I do.
It's like, it's an advantage. Like, no.
Also able to shoot a gun.
The Firm of Harris and Meringue. Weekdays from 10 to 1 on the Fan Sports Network.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
In Portland, brake lights eastbound Highway 26 from 217 to the Zoo. A crash reported here. Portland crash on westbound I-84 near 82nd Avenue. Slow traffic behind this.
Brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery.
Hey, business owners, it's Tiki Barber. Are you looking to earn extra money? Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at amazon.com/hub delivery.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Wilco is celebrating our brand new store in Aloha with more than $10,000 in prizes and savings in every department. From April 2nd through the 5th, enjoy 30% off select footwear, $10 off all large bags of premium pet food, plus savings on Valspar paint, garden supplies, and more. Enter for your chance to win prizes, including shopping sprees, work boots, free pet food for a year, and much more. It's all happening during the grand opening celebration at Aloha's farmer-owned co-op, Wilco.
Commercial Industrial Auctioneers is holding their car, truck, and heavy equipment public auction this Saturday online. For information, go to commercialindustrialauctions.com. Oregon's leading heavy equipment, industrial, and liquidation auctioneers. commercialindustrialauctions.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I
love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, welcome back in. The dawning of a new day, Tuesday. Sprague is back. Hello. Nice to see you. Nice to interact with you guys on the fan text line, 503-864-6326. Also on the YouTube chat. Good morning, YouTube. We love you on the YouTubes. Thanks for hanging with us. We are glad that you've made us your choice of your daily commute, or maybe just waking up, getting your little eggs and bakey ready for your day, and you got us either on the Odyssey app, the old FM dial, maybe the old AM dial.
Yeah, we're still...
You all right there?
My microphone just came.
Dude, mine's about to fall off. I literally am trying to tighten it as I'm talking, and it feels like it's about to just collapse off.
Okay.
So hopefully we don't have two microphones fall off the
yeah. All right, I'm going to tap out here for a second while I try to fix
no worries. A couple things I wanted to get to. By the way, somebody said, I love the speed of the game. Another person saying, it actually has impressed them with the job the umps are doing when you watch the replays. And that's what I agree with. I don't think it's a knock on most of the umps. Now, I can't speak to every game, every challenge. Swag mentioned the website where you can see actually the tracking of all the ABSs. Whenever I see the challenges, it is such a razor-thin margin that I'm like, dude, how can you call that difference? You're a human. That's the best you can do. And I like having the umps back there. I'm a traditionalist in that way. But the ABS challenges have been great, and I think it's also a compliment to a lot of the umps and the job they're doing. Not so great is what's happening in the association, my beloved National Basketball Association.
Yeah.
Got all the play-in playoff teams. Now it's just a matter of seeding.
All of the tanking teams, the eliminated teams are done. So we know the postseason pool. I'll put it that way.
The tanking teams did that rapidly to the point where Tim Reynolds of the AP had this. And he had this 2 days ago, but he announced that for the first time since last year, the NBA has the most 30-point losses in a regular season. They beat last year's record.
It's fantastic.
It is fantastic. Now, my stance is when you watch the truly good teams play, most of the time you get great games.
Like you did last night in OKC.
I know the average margin of victory is up a little bit this year to 12. To me, that's just about free throws and late shots and not necessarily representative of the good teams.
All teams taking 43s a game.
There is that. But not great. Not when we're talking about how good baseball has been and revamping itself. Basketball is stuck in the, here's our new tank proposal ideas, and we're expanding to 2 new cities, even though we've got 8 teams that are just openly trying to be as awful as you could possibly imagine. That Wizards game, even if you gambled on the game, I'm just going to call you out. If you watch that whole Wizards-Blazers game, God forgive you. I mean, I don't know what you're doing there. That game was over before it even started. And so you've got back-to-back seasons now where you're at 80-plus games of 30-point blowouts. And there's nothing worse for a sport than having no kind of tight contests happen. And to do it to that level, it's just another level of tanking, I think.
Then I'm assuming you looked at or tried to take in the 3 different anti-taking proposals that the commissioner said, we're going to end it. And I'm like, no, because you're still trying to work through the draft lottery system. And as long as you do that, you're going to have teams tank.
I didn't read the proposals really detailed. I was on vacation. I'm like, I'm not good. I skimmed it, and I just wasn't overly wowed by any of them.
No, and none of them are going to, because I think the thing that they failed to realize is there are anywhere between a quarter and a third of the markets, like Portland. The only way
is draft or
that
trade.
They can acquire a true needle-moving franchise player is through the draft.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it.
And as long as that's the only way, then if they're don't feel like they have a team that can be in contention for a true playoff spot and win a series or 2, it's to get to the draft, to get that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you have some other mechanism that addresses it in a completely different way, or if violation of the terms of whatever system you put in comes with $50 million fines, which is what you're going to have to do to get owners' attentions, because $500,000, $1 million fines, they don't care. You have to make it at such an egregious amount that gets their attention. And they're not going to do that because they need the owner's approval to do that.
Well, it's something they care greatly enough to make new rules about. So we'll have to kind of wait and see on that one. The proposals are out. They came out late last week.
We were massively unimpressed.
Yeah, I wasn't really like, oh, man, that idea will fix everything.
Nope.
In good news for the league.
Yes.
You've got weird characters, and one of them is a head coach. And he is one of our favorites on this program, and he needs to be one of yours. How about the Boston Celtics this year winning 50 games plus again? Yeah. Fourth straight season. This was a year where they're over-under. I gambled on the over here because I thought it was easy money, in my opinion. I think their system's good. I think this coach is really good. By the way, great answer on John Scheyer from Joe Mazzulla of I literally learn stuff when I watch him coach. It's a matter of when, and he just has to go through some of the lumps. Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics are having a great year. Now, they lost yesterday against the old Atlanta Hawks, but they're having a great year.
Are on a heater since they traded Trae Young.
Red hot. 10 games over 500. They look really scary. Anyways, Joe Mazzulla is one of the favorites to be Coach of the Year. And Joe Mazzulla in his press conference was asked, hey, man, what's it like to have your name thrown in as a front runner for Coach of the Year? And this was Joe Mazzulla's answer.
However, there's a way to make sure that the staff and the players, get the appreciation. Don't need it. I think it's a stupid award. They shouldn't have it. And it's more about the players, and it's more about the work that the staff puts in. And it's just that simple. I really don't ever want to be asked or talked about it again. It's just that dumb. So the players play. It's about them. Staff works their ass off. I'm grateful to have them.
I hope the guy that calls the award dumb wins the award.
That'd be awesome.
He's more than deserving of it, for sure, the way that he coaches. I think he's underselling what his impact is. But he's also somebody that's like, yeah, okay, I'm just here.
Yeah.
I love that he's just approached. It's like, it's a dumb award. I don't want to talk about this anymore. And he might win it. It's great. This is good. That's good for the sport. 30-point blowouts, not good. Egregious tanking with rosters that nobody – is that a net or a pacer? We could play that game with 7 teams right now.
We should have done it with the Wizards and the Bucks.
Well, I wasn't here.
I know.
But we could have played that. I probably would have created that game had I been here. And maybe by the time we get to the draft lottery and Dirt is back, I'll play another rendition of this or that. That is good for the league. We need Joe Mazzulla guys. Guys who are out here just quiet assassins who are every year operating at the top of their profession, but then being asked what it's like to be really good and recognized, and he's like, I don't care, it's stupid.
The job J.B. Bickerstaff did last night to make that a game, they did not have their 5 leading scorers.
It was unbelievable. They took him to overtime.
Yes.
They had a chance to win the game.
Yes.
By the way, that SGA shot, he was called for an offensive foul. I'm just assuming every big shot now he shoots is going in. Nothing but the bottom of the net.
Well, the only thing about that is that he does that 17 times a game and no whistle, and you call it there.
Well,
I'm not.
He's become a very polarizing player.
He has.
He gets talked about as like he's having this legendary year and where it ranks historically and efficiency. And then people were quick to point out, like, dude, he shoots 12 shots a game. He has like 18
I think he shot 25 free. Now,
it's just ridiculous.
The Pistons are the most physical team in the league,
but
and they foul you on every possession. It's just a matter of how many times they blow the whistle.
But like when you look at his points per game, it's he's shooting 12 times and hitting 8 shots. Like that's efficient, but he's got 33 points. How does he do? Oh, it's 17 free throws. Yeah. Okay, all right. It's not stylistically the most fun.
There's other guys that have done that over the years.
It's kind of egregious with him.
Go look at how many free throws Karl Malone used to get.
Yeah, well, people hated Karl Malone, didn't they?
I know. We used to count him at the free throw line.
Maybe that's why we kind of don't like SGA.
Okay.
You think about that? I'm becoming dirt a little bit.
Really?
I mean, they're probably going to win the title, and I'm not going to be able to hate them for that because they've built that team so amazingly. But there's a bit of like when people talk about him and they put him in he's having a Michael Jordan-like year. I'm like, is he though? Is he? He's hitting like 7 shots a game. Okay. But his averages are high because he gets free throws. A lot more to get into. Let's dive into it. It's official yesterday. We'll get into the NFL. The NFL owners' meetings are happening. We'll talk about that coming up in the third hour of the program. We also have David Cobb at 8:45 today. And it's a Mail Sack Tuesday. Mail Sack questions are welcome at 503-864-6326.
Mail Sack.
Or the YouTube chat.
Mail Sack.
And I'm copy-pasting as we go along with the show. So we'll get to the Mail Sack in the final hour. Tom Dunden, the new owner, the good and maybe the questionable and bad parts of what his ownership could mean. Let's dive into that, but first, Swag with the sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, indeed, it is official. The NBA approving the transition of ownership of the Trailblazers from Paul Allen's estate to Tom Dunden's group on Monday. And Dunden's first game as owner tonight in L.A. against the Clippers. Could be a play-in preview. Portland comes into the Intuit Dome, a half game behind L.A., 1.5 games behind L.A. for the 8th spot. 8 p.m. late tip, part of NBC's coast-to-coast coverage. Clips 5.5-point favorites. Cal Raleigh, RBI single, bottom of the 9th, walking off the Yankees. Mariners get a 2-1 win to open that series. Same two teams tonight. They get the TBS national TV audience for a 6:40 first pitch. Max Fried, Logan Gilbert, your scheduled starters. We've got college baseball on 910 ESPN Portland this afternoon. Oregon is now ranked 15th in the country. They are hosting the Portland Pilots, who beat Oregon State last week. PK Park, 5:05 first pitch. Pre-game coverage begins at 4:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Recruiting with Andrew Nemeth. 680 AM.
We'll dive into some NFL today. The NFL owner meetings are going on. We got some news about the Seahawks. We have one president just saying the dumbest thing out loud. And one new quarterback at a new team where I think the coach kind of says out loud like it's going to be a starter, but doesn't actually say it. We got some NFL dealings to get to in the third hour of the program. We'll talk with David Cobb coming up. CBS Sports at 8:45 today. And one more time, it is a
mail sack. It's your favorite
Tuesday.
drop, isn't it?
I love it. I love that you and I created it, and we created it at 5:30, and I asked you to do it, and you looked like you were grumpy that day. And then when I asked you to do it, you just perked up, and you shouted that thing out.
That's right.
I wish he would do it, but he has his own. He likes to do the live one.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to do a recorded one.
I don't know. I'm excited. I get to go test out the new sound system at the new Hops ballpark tonight.
Oh, you get to do the name tests and all that stuff?
Yeah.
What's the name what's your go-to name for a Hops, like,
all time, my
test?
favorite one, and I believe he made the opening day roster.
There's
going to
be a rolling R in this name.
Oh yeah, it's Jorge Barrosa. That's my favorite one all time.
So you're going to the. By the way, the stadium looks amazing.
Yeah, I haven't been through it since it's been finished, so I'm excited to get up there. They're doing some high school games. How cool is that? Your high school team?
They're the first team playing.
Yeah, they're doing some dry runs. We're testing all the video boards, all new equipment, all new systems, all that stuff. Home opener is a week from today.
So you're going out and you're just to an empty stadium doing.
Well, no, there's going to be a high school game, so we're testing it live. So apparently, if you're, I don't know who's playing.
Gotcha.
But some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight. So
we'll get the mail sack questions in 503-864-6326. You can also put them in on Twitter or the YouTube chat. We will try to get to as many as we can get to today. I want to talk about Tom Dunden a little bit here.
Yeah.
Tom Dunden was officially announced by the league as the sale being approved. He's become the new owner of your Portland Trailblazers, coincidentally, today on March 31st. And so they play against the Clippers tonight. It's a big pivotal seeding matchup, though I do appreciate people texting in of just like, I don't really care that much, man. Like, I do think there's a lot of that sentiment here.
No, I think so, too.
It's a split fan base
You don't want to overhype it, but at the same point, like I said, they haven't had something on the line
I'm torn
at this point in the season.
But if it's a 15-point deficit at halftime, I might not be willing to stay
you're
going
to roll over and go, okay.
They could also come back from a 15-point deficit because of the way the league works. But
I mean, are they behind because they can't make a damn shot?
I mean, they're behind because they turn the ball over.
Exactly.
I want to talk about Tom Dunden as the new owner. And I know we've brought him up. We actually broke during our show months and months ago. And so we've had to wait, and we knew he was going to become the owner. He got the Panda Express, and he's got a bunch of local partners. He's got a big group.
He's got a group.
Yeah, but he's going to be the controlling representative.
He'll be the governor
of the Portland Trailblazers. And it's a new ownership group for the first time since Paul Allen bought the team in, 88, 89?
Something like that, yeah.
And so it's going to be very new to us. And when you look in Tom Dunden's past, I actually want to credit Heiken on this. Heiken wrote a really in-depth, lengthy piece going through who Tom Dunden is, the change in Carolina, and maybe not so great things about Tom Dunden. And it was a really good piece at the Rose Garden Report. But going through this, and he wrote this a couple days ago, of just Tom Dunden as an owner and where the Carolina Hurricanes were when he came in. The owner was a broke person that just needed money, so Tom Dunden swooped on in, and Tom Dunden gave him a couple bucks, and he owns the Carolina Hurricanes. He comes in, and it's like, this team's boring, and they're no good. That was like legitimately, he was like, I don't like watching us play. It's boring. I don't want to win 2-1. And so he completely revamps everything. He has all these fundamental ideas, and he hires a coach he didn't want to hire because he didn't want to hire a former player who had ties to the Hurricanes. He hires Rod Brindamore. Rod Brindamore is a genius. He loves Rod Brindamore. Basically, it's like, any year we don't win is my fault, not Rod Brindamore's. That's how highly he thinks of Rod Brindamore. And right now, they are first in the Eastern Conference, first in their division. So they're having a great year. And they continue to make waves in hockey. He's also, on the other side of the coin, there's been things behind the scenes that people haven't been as in love with. Now, look, ultimately, in my opinion, I just think it's about winning and losing. Fans at this point, they just want the Blazers to be good. They want them to be relevant. They want them to be in a conversation. They don't want to be like, well, I love all the players, and they're all great. Don't trade any of them, but you're stuck at the bottom of the play-in or if you're in the lottery. He's clearly going to come in and make waves. How soon?
Yeah.
I don't know. He might have a lot more to learn about
but
basketball.
He's already motivated local and state government to
give him money.
Give him money to renovate the Moda Center.
I don't know how much longer Cronin and the front office have. I don't know if that's maybe the relationship's great. He trusts everything he's done so far. I don't know what Splitter's future is going to be. It's a lot to be determined. But when you look into the backstory, and Heiken basically broke this down, there's very interesting things that could be around the corner for us. And one of those things to me that it means a great deal. Now, I'm going to be biased here in my opinion of this. I think Swag would back me on this, and I think a lot of people out there would back me, although there's going to be your fair share that think I'm holding on to something that isn't as important. Tom Dunden, when he got to Portland, eliminated the radio play-by-play, and he merged the television broadcast with the radio thing and basically said, I don't need this. This doesn't matter. And he cut. He went out and he cut things. He upped ticket prices. And I've been told that's what's going to happen here. Now, not the radio side, the ticket thing. Sorry, I should have specified that. But I am worried about the radio thing with the merging of TV broadcast. Are you going to be doing a simulcast? I have no clue. But he did it in Carolina. And that scares the living hell out of me. Because I'm somebody who grew up with Wheels, R.I.P. And I know you grew up, and a lot of people with Shanley.
There were only a handful of games televised every year.
I mean, Rip City is not coined without Bill Shanley. So I'm somebody who grew up on the radio side and the television side. And this, to me, is something that we need to keep our antennas up about, and that's concerning to me. We can talk about the other side because I'm already against it. I have my concerns, but also the good part of Dunden as the new owner. So we talk about that on the other side. Dirt and Sprague back with a little Tom Dunden chatter on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomeservices.com.
One, I think it's a slow news cycle. I don't want to at all downplay the experience that Max had coming, that we all had.
Yeah, that is Ravens president Sashi Brown. Didn't know who the president was. Learned about Sashi Brown. Blamed it being a slow news cycle for why Max Crosby's trade no trade became a big deal. To which I say, Sashi Brown, that was a day in which Bam Adebayo scored 83 points. What are you talking about? Slow news day. USA lost to Italy in the World Baseball Classic. No, not a slow news day. A massive trade that ended up not happening. That's why it was a big deal. Careful where you're going there, Sashi Brown. Who's stinking it up? The Ravens and Sashi Brown, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Our friends at Three Mountains Home Services have a sweet special this March, and this is the last day to purchase a new high-efficiency HVAC system and score a 16-year parts and labor warranty, 16 seasons of comfort. It starts now. Last day sale, Three Mountains Home Services. Visit them at threemountainshomeservices.com. Well, some high schooler getting the full swag treatment is going to be an all-time drop when we pull this. That's for damn sure. Rolling of the tongue today out there at Hillsborough Stadium. The full swag art experience. God. You know how hard it was to bypass the comment, to just stay on track? We're going to pull the drop. That'll be an all-time show drop. So talking Tom Dunden here. And he's officially the owner of the Portland Trailblazers now. And he's going to come. We know he's going to shake it up. I don't know to what extent or how or when or who. There's a lot that we have to wait on. But I referenced the Heiken article that I thought was really good, really detailed, cited multiple podcasts, multiple interviews. And it's just something for me that, like, growing up with legendary, iconic voices, all of us here grew up with that. And it's on both TV and the radio side. Our great friend, our former coworker, Travis Demers, is currently the radio voice of your Portland Trailblazers, and I think he does an exceptional job. I think he works his ass off, and it's never easy to replace a legend. We've had that consecutively now. And so for me, reading the article about him going into Carolina and saying, this isn't really that important, and when you read the article, it's noted that Dunden basically cites, it's like, yeah, we're a small market, this, that, doesn't matter. And that's what concerns me is, what are we? What are we in the NBA? We are a small market. And I understand cost cutting, like PFF just laid off a bunch of really good people at their website. Like, it's happening all over media. Everything's either AI or it's consolidation. And so I understand the thinking and the idea, but I also look at this and I kind of laugh as it being some like revolutionary cost-cutting measure to not needing one versus just putting it all in another. This is a big deal to me. I am obviously very biased. One, I have a relationship with multiple people over there. Two, I literally work in radio. I care about radio. I love radio. I grew up with radio. Radio was always the most fun thing for me. And so to be able to even do this is a dream job. I do not want this to happen. This happened a few years back. I hope he has learned from this, or at least I hope he comes into Portland understanding with people in his ear, this matters.
Yeah,
you cannot have a TV simulcast.
Good advisors that he will listen to from the local market.
I hope he does. If anybody gets to interview and talk with him on the station, I hope that is something that legitimately is brought up. It is a big deal, and I don't care that it's 2026.
And it almost ruined Paul Allen right out of the chute.
Oh, with the change. Yes.
Yeah.
That was a big deal. Now, look, it mattered even more then than it does now. But, dude, it matters a great deal to me and a lot of fans out there. You want to come in and shake things up. I'm all for it. I think this organization needs to be shaked up. Shaken
up or shook up.
Whatever. It needs it, all right?
Yes.
He needs to grab the organization and knock a coconut down. I understand that part of it. But it ain't that area. That's not the area for me that's of pressing concern or things that need to be evaluated. It's other areas. The fact that they might go 5 straight seasons without making the playoffs is on the table.
Or the play-in.
Well, they're going to be in the play-in.
Well, yeah.
But my 5 straight seasons of no playoffs, that is historically for this franchise. Say what you want about it. That's not.
No,
that should not be okay.
It took them, was it 6 or 7 seasons from the time that they started as a franchise and then their first year they win a title.
If you take out the beginning of the organization, which is like an expansion situation.
Yeah, it was 6 or 7 years, and then 77 happened.
I believe I looked up that this will either be the longest or tied for the longest post that ever. And the fact that that's just okay to people and everything's hunky-dory and, the roster's really good. Get out of here. This is not okay. If certain people were still in power, we would be pissed off.
Yes.
But they're not. And so we kind of excuse it. And so, you want to shake things up. I totally get it. Don't touch the radio. Do not simulcast television. I don't need to hear somebody telling me, watch this highlight on the radio.
No.
That's not good. I want storytelling.
They're two different things.
It's important.
And it's also tough when you're watching. TV and radio are vastly different when it comes to basketball.
Vastly different.
Vastly different.
I mean, you can hear this with some radio shows that do television shows. You can hear the difference between what the radio show is and we're happy to be on YouTube. I'm glad we're on YouTube.
Yes.
But we're not like watching highlights for YouTube people. Like, watch this highlight. And I get it. It's 2026.
And
but
so
this is a big deal to me.
And so, you have to cater to one over the other if you do a simulcast. So either if you're listening on radio, and it's a TV-weighted sort of thing, you're constantly going to be annoyed that they're talking about a replay or something. Or if you're watching on TV, like somebody doing radio, like when I do radio and I'm describing every single thing, creating theater of the mind.
Right.
That's a little overkill if you're watching it.
Well, it's just great to be somebody who commuted a lot at a young age because of sports and whatnot, where it's like, how do you listen to the beginning? How do you follow the Blazer game? Well, my buddy's dad has it on, and here we go. We're listening to the beginning of the Blazer game. Like, that's just a way of life for a lot of people. Now, I will say, hands off the radio, TV, simulcast stuff. Like, no, stop. The good parts of him are analytically driven.
Yes.
Not beholden to having to do things one way in terms of roster building. Will be interesting to see how he negotiates with free agents, because in hockey he dabbled in questionable characters because they would be slightly cheaper. The way they offered contracts versus restricted free agency and all that, like, that was interesting to read about. I am very curious to see what he is as an owner in the NBA, because it's going to be so drastically different from his experience in hockey. But you can't argue with the pedigree. You can't argue with the results. And I'm cool with having a new voice, a new vision. I think the organization has needed it for some time. And I think there's a lot of good that can come from the ownership thing. There's just going to be some absolute rough patches. Ticket prices could massively increase, or feel like they massively increase for a lot of people. And I understand that that's just kind of the way of business here. But when your team doesn't make the playoffs 5 straight years, that's hard to sell to people. So we'll see how quickly he can get a winner here, like a true winning team, and get back to kind of the Rip City we know. But he is now officially the owner. And so I just wanted to today talk about, like, I am excited about him. I'm excited to learn about him, see what he's like as an operating owner. Can he bring what he's gotten to hockey to the NBA, to our city? That's exciting. Please don't touch the radio television thing. It's iconic for us as sports fans. And I won't speak for everybody, but I'll speak for myself and a lot of other sports fans out there. It is really important to me. And so I'm looking forward to the Tom Dunden era. I just hope some things are off limits.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight. You asked for it.
I hope there's consent. I hope. Loaded third hour. Let's transition from high school kids getting the full swag treatment to the NFL. The NFL owner meetings. How about that? Hour number 3, David Cobb, NFL 105.1, The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Tom Dunden's first Blazer game officially as owner is tonight. He was approved Monday by the NBA Board of Governors. And the Blazers are in LA to face the Clippers in a potential play-in preview. Portland a game and a half behind LA for the 8th spot in the West. 8 p.m. late tip, part of NBC's coast-to-coast national coverage. Clips are 5.5-point favorites. The women's Final Four all set, headed to Phoenix, and it's all chalk. The 4 number 1 seeds winning their regional finals by an average of 26.5 points. Friday's national semis pit UConn versus South Carolina at 4, followed by UCLA and Texas at 6:30. College baseball over on 910 ESPN. Portland today, 15th ranked Oregon hosting the Portland Pilots at PK Park. 5:05 first pitch. Pre-game coverage at 4:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for Seahawks.
Back in the third hour of the old radio program. Brendan Sprague back with you. Took a week off and a day. It's nice to be back. Hope everybody's spring break was okay. Hope your Tuesday's going all right for you out there. Thanks for hanging with us on this delightful Tuesday morning here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. That is 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, and YouTube. Look, I understand I am the guy in 2026 arguing for radio. I understand my uphill fights here. This will be a hill I'll die on. May end up being wrong. Dunden may come in and be like, I'm going to do things the way I want to do, and that's how he does operate. But I do appreciate the people texting in that, like, look, the Blazer radio broadcast is just, it's too iconic. It matters a great deal. And somebody said, he's very analytical. What do you think he's going to think about radio in 2026? Sorry, sir. Radio is still the number one medium out there. We are in every car. And I, again, will die on this hill. You cannot touch the old radio dial of an iconic team like the Trailblazers, okay? We'll just agree to disagree, and we'll leave it at that. A lot to get to in the third hour. You may or may not remember this, but the NFL Draft is in Pittsburgh this year. And we have the night before, which takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane. Is it Profit or is it Profit? Swag, is it Profit? Is that a big country artist? Is that a rock artist? Shane Profit. You can visit odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, that's pretty badass, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. Again, to see Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit with 2 T's. There you go. Looking forward to the NFL Draft.
Yeah.
Been reading about it.
4 weeks away.
April will basically be drafted.
Or no, 3+ weeks away.
Yeah.
April 23rd.
April 23rd. So visit odyssey.com/the night before to enter to win.
There you go.
Great music and the NFL Draft. What more could one ask for? We will talk with David Cobb coming up.
Yeah.
Our guy. Corn Cobb?
Yeah.
I won't call him that. But that's how listeners remember him. He's really good at what he does.
Very good at what he does.
He's a good friend of the program.
Some Final Four.
Matchups.
See if he has any thoughts on Justin Joyner taking over at Oregon State.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea because they made that hire after we talked to him.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Thank you for bringing that up. And we'll talk with him at 8:45.
See if he knows anything on Altman.
I mean, what is there to know about Altman?
I don't know.
They're losing all their players.
Yeah.
I just got to play this one more time.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight.
Dusty did give me the roster, by the way. There's not a lot of like rolling R's, but there's a few names on that roster.
Yeah,
that
so
Dusty
the first
and
game
I,
up there, Jefferson's taking on Glencoe.
We looked up the rosters. There's a couple names we know since this is your first.
Names.
This is your first time testing the new stadium.
So we got that. Plus, it's high school, so it's not like I've got a phonetic sort of.
You're going to go super hard on this one. And Dusty's like, yeah, I can't wait to hear it from my house. And I was like, yeah, that's going to be about right. Let's talk a little National Football League. We've talked some college basketball. We've talked a lot of NBA.
Here we go, man. Here we go.
Let's talk some NFL. We have the NFL owners meetings.
Yeah, the league. Everybody's down there. Coaches,
meetings,
GMs,
right.
The league meetings.
You're right. They're debating the officials thing, the 18-game schedule thing. You got GMs talking, owners talking, coaches are talking. And one big thing that came out yesterday, they officially announced it this morning, is they've redone Hard Knocks. They don't just take all the crappy non-playoff teams anymore. They basically just have a new set of teams every year. And one of the teams that was picked next year, Hard Knocks, your beloved Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
They will be the Hard Knocks team.
Yeah.
Does that get us excited? Are we excited about the Seahawks as a Hard Knocks team? Who was a Hard Knocks team this year?
I don't remember.
Didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Hard Knocks in 2 seasons or 3 seasons. And even then, I watch the first couple episodes, and then I end up just fizzling out.
It'll be interesting. I don't think you're going to – there's not as many true characters. I think
you don't think Witherspoon and Eamon Worry and Leonard Williams?
No, they will be, but I don't know. I mean – relative to some of the teams in the past. Or had you done the Legion, like the Legion of Boom Seahawks would have been awesome.
Yeah, but there might be some guys on this team that you don't know about that, like personality-wise, come through on the television.
You know, and obviously Coach McDonald's not a super rah-rah soundbite guy. I think he'll be more interesting when they're actually doing football discussion, talking about players or schemes or can this guy go here, and they're doing roster cuts and that sort of thing about how he thinks about the game and sees it from his point of view. I think that will be interesting.
Yeah, him in a coach's meeting is something I'm kind of into just because he's so smart and forward-thinking. He's
like how truly
stumped Kyle Shanahan
out in front. How far advanced are they working? How far down the schedule are they already thinking?
Right.
Are they obsessed with, their division? Like, okay, how are we going to beat the Rams? How are we going to beat the 49ers? Or is it more about them themselves, their structure, their process, that sort of stuff?
Well, the next 2 are going to be the 2 Super Bowl teams. So we'll have the Seahawks this year, and then the next season it will be New England. They already announced it.
Yeah.
Much like the Super Bowl sites, we have the next 3 sites that were named. I think Vegas was the last one noted on that in 2029. So we know the 3 Vegas sites for the Super Bowl, or the 3 Super Bowl sites, and then we've got the next 2 Hard Knocks. I think the thing with Seattle, because I saw McDonald was asked about replacing Kenneth Walker as he goes on to Kansas City and just how you replace a Super Bowl MVP, to which I'd say, it's the running back position. I actually think you could be A-okay, no big deal.
That's more about them.
It's their health.
Their health on the offensive line.
Well, their health at the position, because Charbonnet is coming back from an injury.
Kalani, and then I'm assuming they're drafting 1, if not 2 running backs at some point in the draft.
Well, they had 3 to 4 all last year, right?
Yeah.
They had Damian Martinez was flirting around with it a little for a little bit, but you replace a guy like that, it's not nothing, but I kind of weirdly trust that it'll be okay. They didn't want to overpay for a running back. I totally understand that. They had to pay JSN. They gave him the record-setting contract.
They had to pay Shaheed.
Yes, Shaheed. Many people, I saw Brady report that they think DeMarcus Lawrence is coming back. So ultimately, man, this team's very set up in that division. Now, the Rams are obviously all chips in the middle because it's probably Stafford's last year. I love that they've doubled down on Stafford with let's bring in Kirk Cousins to back him up, as if that's going to do anything. They flirted with trading Devontae Adams. I saw McVay say basically they'll do anything that makes the team better. It's the Rams as the favorite, the Seahawks a close second, and then the Niners are a little bit of a distant third, and then the Cardinals, nobody cares about the Cardinals.
No,
they're in a rebuild constantly. But I'm curious to see what Seattle, who they replace guys with, and then also you've got now, not that you didn't have a target because your record was amazing, it's about replacing guys and then playing up to the championship level. It's always the toughest part. When you listen to guys like the the Bradys or the Mahomes. It's like the coming back part of you've achieved the ultimate. And some guys are just always naturally driven to get the next one and they're never satisfied. But you do get occasionally, you get those teams that they're just not able either to stay healthy in that league or they don't have quite the same fire hunger that it has, and then that can just get you at any given moment. So I'm curious to see how this goes.
I'll be curious to also see, I think it'll be interesting how much they follow Sam Darnold around. Does he finally feel like the monkey's off his back, and he proved, not that he won a title, but that he proved himself to be a worthy top first-round draft pick quarterback?
Is the confidence going to carry over?
The confidence, or does he feel now, having won it, he's got all of this extra pressure to get him back to validate it?
Well,
I'm curious to see how his mind works in that regard.
Well, I think that's the thing for me is like, when you look at Sam Darnold and people ask that, I think it's kind of fair, but also a little funny. Like, he had that year in Minnesota that changed everybody's viewpoint of him until he lost, right? Dude, he had another stellar season. It wasn't like this came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere to a certain extent, but him performing well, he had performed well the year prior. Now, we knew a little less about what he was going into in Seattle, and a lot of Seahawks fans didn't think that was an upgrade.
Right.
That proved to be a little incorrect. But I don't know if the Super Bowl changes much of him. I think he's already operating at
I just want to see.
I have confidence
I would
in myself.
think at this point, everything he's been through, he's not going to overreact.
Well, how
to
old?
it.
He's 20. Is he 28?
28, 20.
He's 28, 29, right?
Yeah.
He's still really young?
Well,
yeah, he's
relatively.
28 years old. He's going to turn 29 in June, and somebody's asking, like, they have to bring in a quarterback.
No, they don't.
I don't know if they feel that pressure. And then also they drafted what's the guy from Alabama? I'm blanking. Milroe. They drafted Jalen Milroe, the 4th round last year, and people were wondering if he was going to come in. Do
you want to have some sort of journeyman veteran just in case of injury? That I understand. If you want to have a third guy, that's okay. If something were to happen, because
should you have been in the Joe Flacco business?
Yeah,
because he went to Cincinnati. Because you never know what Burrow in the
I
offensive
think
line.
Flacco was commanding too much money.
Probably, yeah.
But is there somebody out there just in case? How many quarterbacks go down in a season?
Well,
a third of them at least.
I think the underrated part, too, of this is like...
And if Milroe then has to be forced into the starting role and he ain't ready and you have a team that you think can get back to the Super Bowl, I need somebody that's been around the block
they had
before.
Drew Lock last year, right? Drew Lock was playing before Milroe
and they seem to be all in on him.
Well, they also said that about Sam Howell. But
I know.
I think the underrated part to me about the Seahawks, because there's still so much time between now and the start of the season, and we got more NFL. I want to get to some more stuff, but I think the interesting thing of the Seahawks is not necessarily like, oh, is Sam Darnold going to be the same level of player, or is this guy gone, or how are they going to replace that guy? I think most of what they need is already in the building, and the part that I think is underrated for them is their general manager, president. Yeah. I think John Schneider, he's already been through this. He's been through we're trying to repeat as champions. Right. And they're within a handoff, no pass of doing it. So, that guy has already gone through the experience of what it takes and what it means to continue to stay at the top. And so I think having that paired with the coaching prowess of
and it
one
appears
Mike
there's
McDonald,
going to be a lot of continuity. So now,
continuity.
Do they get more efficient?
Yes.
Are they better equipped?
Their record may not be the same. They might not be as good record-wise because I could see the division beating each other up again, and you have a couple games that don't go your way. But I still trust that they're going to be right in the thick of the conversation to defend the crown, and they already have people within the building that have gone and been through it. And I think that's going to help.
And I would say, unless they have a whole bunch of division games in the first few weeks, if it's like all division to start out, but if they have or AFC foes that are to start with, those sorts of things, I think they'll have a huge advantage just simply by the continuity. They might be able to get out on a 4-5-6-0 start, depending on how it lines up. If they don't see the 49ers and the Rams until mid-October, November for the first time.
So the Seahawks are going to be on the Hard Knocks, and McDonald was asked about replacing Kenneth Walker. The reports are that Brady Henderson, our good friend at ESPN, is saying it looks like DeMarcus Lawrence is coming back. If that's been official, then correct me, Text Police, but I saw the report last night on ESPN.com. A lot more to get into in the National Football League. This president saying slow news day, And we've got a new player and a new team, and I think the coach is basically naming him a starter, and that's just my takeaway from listening to it. So we'll get to that. More NFL chatter next on The Fan. Mailsack Tuesday, 503-864-6326. Get your Mailsack questions in. Copy and pasting. We'll get to that coming up at the top of the hour. We got David Cobb coming up, CBS Sports at 8:45. We'll talk some Final Four with David Cobb, get his read on the 4 teams to advance. We got some more NFL to discuss from the NFL meetings that are going on. And it seems like it's trending towards them eliminating a preseason game and getting another regular season game. I saw the Colts owner. She said she wants an even amount of games. I'm like, come on. It's not about even or odds. This is just about more money. That's all it is.
Everything from the players' side is they might finally draw a line in the sand. It depends on how much more money they throw at the players.
And I think that's going to be the biggest of deals. But it seems like it's trending that way. We talked about the officials thing briefly earlier about they're trending towards getting replacement officials. That is
this
happening.
one looks like it's not going to be solved early and
touchdown
at
Hail
all.
Mary. Can't wait. Interception,
So
touchdown.
I think they're both banking on. I think the existing officials are banking on another total disaster catastrophe.
No doubt.
And the NFL will have to come to them begging for everything they want. And the NFL is at least getting out in front of it sooner than they did last time, knowing what happened. Plus, if you look at all the proposed rule changes, there's a whole bunch of them that'll let the review process, the sky judge or whatever you want to call them, have more influence.
Cool. The big robot just basically reffing the games now. I can't wait. I'm sure that's going to be a lot of fun.
So, I believe we will start the season with replacement refs. We will certainly have replacement refs for preseason games. Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight.
Hope it's not that. A couple of people saying, the Seahawks, they're losing their continuity in the running back room, and somebody asking if I, worry about the OC. Look, there are absolutely things to say like, this isn't to say the Seahawks, to me, are far and away the favorite. No. I'm totally cool with them being where they're at favorite-wise in the division. It's just I think that defense is still going to be elite, and I think they can be fine until Charbonnet comes back, and if he's ready to go early, cool. We'll see what they do in the draft. My whole thing is just I think they have enough continuity in other areas to be totally fine. It's not that the running game doesn't matter. We saw how important Kenneth Walker was. I just think they can get by.
If your offensive line is healthy.
Yeah. Your offensive line was better this year.
Yeah.
They weren't perfect, but they were more improved, and if your defense is going to play the way they played, I think more the back end than the whole season, then you're going to be great because you led the league defensively and points given, or you led the league in fewest amount of points given up per game. So it's not that they're far and away the favorite. It's that I just think they're prime to contend and, hold off everybody and maybe win the NFC again. But there's a long time between now and then, and we'll have to see what the OC change is going to mean and what Kubiak is versus the new guy. Sticking in the NFL, did you see Matt LaFleur asked about him grading so poorly with players?
No, I did not.
So somebody said, I actually think the Packers would have been a better Hard Knocks team because of everything going. This feels like, you want to talk about pressure cookers in the NFC. I don't know if there's a team going in with more expectation and pressure given, it feels like if the Packers don't at least get to an NFC title game, LaFleur is fired. And I'm very curious to see this because he graded I think he had a C- with the players in the whole player poll thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of the coaches got B+.
I don't understand what that's all about.
So basically,
is he distant? He doesn't.
Yeah, they basically said he didn't have enough respect for guys in the locker room, and he was asked about this, and he's like, "Oh, I disagree with it, but that's their opinion. I got to do a better job as a leader." And I've been not the biggest Matt LaFleur guy. Not that he's not a smart offensive mind. I just think how quickly he was anointed and how little success he's had with all the teams every year that he's been there, seemingly being propped up as one of the best teams in the NFC.
Well, I think also compared to the two guys that got to the Super Bowl in McDonald and Vrabel and how much they're revered, also how quickly Ben Johnson was embraced by the Bears.
Yep. After coming and talking a lot of S about the Packers.
Exactly. Dan Campbell is beloved with the Lions.
And then look at the guys that he kind of grew up with in the NFL. McVay's won a Super Bowl. Shanahan's been to a couple. Like when you go through the laundry list of NFC coaches, hell, even the guy that finished did the Vikings finish dead last or second to last in the division? O'Connell. I mean, people have more respect for O'Connell than that, and he didn't even make the playoffs this year. So they're going in with a lot of pressure. I like that pick for a Hard Knocks, even though it's going to be the Seahawks, because I do agree LaFleur's coming in. Pressure cooker. We had Kevin O'Connell talk about Kyler Murray, and here was Kevin O'Connell on adding Kyler Murray to the Vikings.
I see a lot of ways that we'll be able to continue the evolution and evolve our offense here in year 5, but at the same time, principles that I believe Kyler will, be able to, not only make his own, but, provide different layers to what we do with some of his experiences. And the same goes for JJ and Carson and Max, as far as guys that now all have experience in our system. And that's one of the benefits, as we've seen before, of playing multiple guys in a tough year, for the quarterback position, just from a pure health standpoint, which is what last year was. And so now we feel really good about the combination of depth, talent, and the fact that we've got a room that's going to push each other, and all those guys are going to have great off seasons and be ready to rock and roll.
Translation, Kyler Murray will be my starting quarterback. He lumped Niner in with Max Brosmer. And look, you can say I'm reaching. I think it's abundantly clear who the starting quarterback of the Vikings will be. Kevin O'Connell on Kyler Murray. We also had this one from Sashi Brown, the president of the Ravens. So the Ravens make an out-of-organizational history trade. They don't do trades like this.
No.
2 first-round picks. They go all in for Max Crosby to shore up their edge rushing. And they end up doing the physical. Obviously, you guys all know the trade doesn't go through. It was major news. Sashi Brown at these NFL meetings says this is the reason that the Max Crosby backlash happened.
One, I think it's a slow news cycle. I don't want to at all downplay the experience that Max had coming, that we all had. The Raiders, Ravens, Max, our locker room. As Eric said, we were incredibly excited and just as equally, if not more, disappointed that we weren't able to pull off that transaction and bring Max to Baltimore. I'm not going to go too much deeper into that. To answer your specific question, we've got strong and long relationships across the league. We have emphasized the importance of doing things the right way. We'll continue to do that. And we understand that it is a headline story because of its profile and significance. We believe, our relationships, to the extent that you need time to repair them, people understand who we are and what we're about. Our locker room understands that as well. But when you have high-profile transactions like this and opportunities like this, it's unfortunate, but sometimes these things do happen. No fault of Max's, certainly, or ours, or the Raiders. It's just
slow news cycle. You insane? It's Max Crosby.
It's Max Crosby, and you traded 2 first-round
pick trade.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Slow news cycle.
Yeah. No.
It could come out today, tomorrow. Doesn't matter, dude. It'd have been the biggest story of any of the stories.
Yeah.
That would have been the leading story of today.
Yes.
He is insane. Just look, everything in the back end of the answer, great.
Fine.
We repair our relationships. We got to respect. We got a good reputation. We appreciate Max, all that. Like, good. Slow news cycle. You're off your rocker, dude.
Yeah.
What are you talking about here? So that's some of the check-in from the NFL meetings that are going on. We'll have a little bit more on this probably tomorrow, a couple of odds and ends that I kind of ran out of time to get to. So I'll get to that tomorrow as they roll on. We have one team that's upset by their international travel. You can take a wild guess who that is. They have 2 international games this year, one of which is in week 1, 19 hours away with no bye the following week. I'm sure that's going to go well. And one contender telling us, hey, this move we made, it's everything we need to take the next step. And so we'll see if people are buying that. We'll get to that tomorrow as well. I want to get to a Tiger Woods story before we talk with David Cobb. You're the golf guy. I want to talk about this. The Tiger Woods story, very bizarre, very weird. There's a clear problem here. And is anything going to be addressed or talked about from it? It doesn't feel like it. So we'll talk about that coming up next. But first, Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at ANEHeatingandCooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, Tom Dunden's first game as the Trailblazers owner is tonight after being formally approved by the Board of Governors on Monday. His new team is in L.A. to face the Clippers tonight. They enter a game and a half behind L.A. for the 8th spot in the West. 8 p.m. late tip, part of the NBC coast-to-coast national coverage on KGW 8. Clips are a 5.5-point favorite. The Mariners making some history today as they have agreed to an 8-year, $95 million contract extension with Colt Emerson, who's the 20-year-old infielder, has yet to play a major league game. He has started at AAA Tacoma. He's 5 for 14 with a home run. It is the largest contract in MLB history for a player with no service time in the major leagues. 8 years with a 9th-year term option and a full no-trade clause, could be worth up to $130 million. Mariners, Game 2 against the Yankees tonight, 6:40 on TBS for the national TV audience after a 2-1 walk-off win, thanks to Cal Raleigh's RBI single. Max Fried, Logan Gilbert, your scheduled starters. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of primetime.
What is going on with Tiger Woods? Arrested for suspicion, driving under the influence, wrecked his car again. Another
Rolled
car
his
incident.
Range Rover,
Yep.
going too fast.
Refused to fully participate in everything the officers wanted to do, but
Yeah.
reportedly didn't have alcohol smell on his breath.
No, but he, yes.
Pain medication.
Failed and they found a couple of hydrocodones in his pocket, and yeah.
I mean, what's clear to me here as somebody that has multiple people of addiction in his family is El Tigre is addicted to the old pain pill, and then also I think struggling with where he's at in his life in the
Yes.
I don't know what to do with what I was or am. Like, he's ultra competitive guy who wanted to win everything and beat you, and he hasn't been able to do that post the Masters, really.
And now I don't know that he ever.
Oh, he never will. I mean, it's the dumbest thing we do, I think, in media.
Yes.
And I get why they do it, but the dumbest thing we do is pay any attention. Is Tiger going to play the Masters? It's like, yeah, but he's going to last one round, back out, or miss the cut. He's never winning.
No.
I don't think he's winning a golf tournament outside of the senior tour ever again. So
No.
I understand why we latch on, why we stay on. I find it all incredibly sad.
Yes.
This is one of my favorite athletes in my life. He was the only reason I would follow golf at a younger age. Like, I didn't care about anybody else on the tour. And while I think he's the best golfer to ever exist, I also didn't really watch Jack. I'm too young for that era, so that's just about who you watched and when you watched him. You see so many old, great hero type players, like, age with the game well, right? Like, Jack did this.
Yes.
Arnie did this. You've got all these other guys throughout the history of the golf game that have just, they've aged out of where they were and they've leaned into where they were. And I know he's doing this Tiger Golf League thing, but dude, when you're a hyper-competitive guy who's not ready to face the fact that he's 45 years old, 44, whatever it is, that's hard.
He's 50.
Oh, you're right, he is 50. I'm selling him short.
Play on the Champions Tour if he wishes.
I think it's incredibly clear there's an addiction problem here, and then also I just think he has not been able to comprehend that it's over. Like, I think he knows that, but I don't think he really wants to accept it.
He's ultra, control guy.
Well, somebody was like, where are the people in his life? I don't think he has people in his life.
Why doesn't he have a driver? That's what I want.
So the report I saw on that was he's worried about his privacy.
Well, aren't you, after how many more wrecks do you need to go through and nearly have your leg amputated?
What are you worried about with privacy?
What are you worried about?
You had the biggest affair scandal in sports history.
What else is,
What are you hiding?
What else are you hiding?
You have an extra girlfriend? Nobody cares.
Nobody
man.
cares.
Nobody would be shocked either, by the way. Like, I don't know. We already knew he was a weird dude, but that story came out while I was gone, and I just went,
yeah, it was Friday afternoon.
Oh, it was Friday afternoon. So Dirt didn't even get to talk about it.
We did not talk about
Okay.
it. That was Friday afternoon as I was getting ready to head to Bend. And I'm like, wait, what?
It's always a car,
Really?
too. I mean, the Riviera thing was really bizarre in my mind. He should have probably died in that accident.
Yeah, he's lucky to be alive, let alone still have his leg.
He's one of those that, like, I think if his name isn't popped up at a press conference or, like, there's a question asked, will he play in Masters? I think he's just like, hey, did you see the Tiger news? I think we're all going to the same thing, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're in that territory. And that's to me sad. It's sad to watch.
It's very sad.
Icons and heroes of a sport have that happen.
Yeah. It's one thing to watch, Jack and Arnie that even into their 50s and 60s. Tom Watson was this. Actually, he was in contention to win a British.
Not that long
ago.
At
59.
Yeah.
So,
Freddie Couples is out there.
Freddie Couples was the same way, and you'd root, and they'd show up to a couple of tournaments that they loved or had past success. And every once in a while, you'd get a day or they'd get around. They'd recapture it for a little bit, and it was fantastic. Could they sustain it for 4 rounds? Not anymore. And eventually they, would bow out. They just, they come to the realization, I'm not even competitive anymore. I want to be out here. I love this. It's hard to go away, but clearly I can't do it anymore.
I don't know.
And those are bittersweet, melancholy days.
What do you even do with this? Nobody's going to call
he had it. He either had it taken from him or took it himself, depending on how you want to look at the circumstances that have led to him not being able to play golf anymore.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, he
wasn't mentally prepared for it.
Even with the SEAL training back in the day that basically broke his body. Yeah. I mean, the dude has found a way to get in his own way. There's no doubt throughout this journey. And this is just, it's really sad to see such a historic sports figure be at this point of his life.
And I don't know who is there in his inner circle.
Nobody.
That can have
an
honest conversation with him.
I know. Yeah, somebody says privacy, can't act like a normal person. I mean,
he's not a normal person.
He's not.
He's never has been a normal person.
When she was asking
he's never
about
had a
race,
normal life. He was on national talk shows at the age of 3 hitting golf balls. There's nothing normal about him.
Yeah, somebody said Tiger had driven. He'd probably be in the passenger seat saying, I told you I should have drove. You know, did you see the funny part about, I mean, not that there's funny.
Nothing funny about it.
Well, there was a part of it that was like,
the
really?
Ironic part of it.
The photo when he was taken on the side of the road with his car over and he was just standing there, the shirt he was wearing sold out on his website.
Yeah.
So that's what it is now. It's moving merch and people asking, is he going to golf again? Like, should be a bigger conversation to be happening there. We'll talk with David Cobb of CBS Sports, talk some college basketball. Don't forget it's a Mail Sack Tuesday, so you can get some
Mail Sack
questions in at 503-864-6326. Any and all questions are welcome at the Mail Sack. You can put them in on social media or on the YouTubes as well. We talk with David Cobb of CBSSports.com about the Final Four next on 105.1 The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Line to left center field. That'll bring 2 more home. And it's going to roll all the way to the warning track. And Tovar has himself a 2-run double. 9-1 Colorado.
I love the boos you can kind of hear in the background. The Rockies. How about the Rockies laying wood? Might be the only time in 162 games. A 7-run 6th inning. Most runs scored in any game through the first 4 of a season in franchise history. And would have been their first to avoid what would have been their first 0-4 start, coincidentally. Layin' Wood Report is brought to you by Mr. Plywood. Serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, special orders. Visit them at mrplywoodinc.com or their location on Southeast Stark Street.
Commercial Industrial Auctioneers is holding their car, truck, and heavy equipment public auction this Saturday online. This online auction includes excavators, trailers, auto lifts, forklifts, box trucks, and much more. Don't forget about the pickups, SUVs, motorcycles, golf carts, even a portable house. For more information, go to commercialindustrialauctions.com. That's commercialindustrialauctions.com. Commercial Industrial Auctioneers, Oregon's leading auctioneer in heavy equipment, industrial, bankruptcy, and business liquidation.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, welcome back in. We're awaiting the arrival of one David Cobb, CBSSports.com. I love that music. Iconic theme music. But want to give you guys a heads up. You can enter for a pair of tickets to Bob Dylan on June 4th, 2026 at McMenamins Edgefield Amphitheater for your chance to win. You just got to text. The code word is Dylan, DYLAN, to 503-864-6326 now to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Bob Dylan on June 4th at McMenamins Edgefield Amphitheater. Head to 1051thefan.com for complete details. Do we got them? Are we good? Yeah? David Cobb, CBSSports.com, joining us now. Good morning, David. Thanks for hopping on with us, man. We've had a pretty good tournament, and we've got what I think is a great Final Four with UConn's crazy comeback, at Illinois looking good, Arizona's second half, and Michigan laying big wood to Tennessee. How surprised is your bracket with the Final Four?
Well, I've got Arizona clinging on for dear life, kind of keeping me on life support here. So people keep asking me, like, hey, who you like in this Final Four? And I'm like, I'm just totally ignoring the fact that Michigan looks invincible, because I need Arizona to win for my bracket to stand any chance. So I'm putting on the blinders, and I'm riding with the Wildcats.
The favorites right now in order are Michigan, Arizona, Illinois, UConn. I have Michigan winning the whole thing. I'm sitting here. I've kind of fallen in love with Illinois, and I view them maybe the most dangerous of the four, even if that ends up being a mistake against UConn. I love the way Illinois is playing right now.
No, I agree. I actually think Illinois is capable. If they were to get past UConn Saturday night, Illinois can give Arizona or Michigan a game, and the reason why is because Illinois' defense has really rallied here in the last really during the NCAA tournament. It's been spectacular. The last week in particular, holding Houston and Iowa both under 60 points and really just taking away everything they wanted to do. All year long, Illinois was wonderful offensively, but a little iffy on defense. And make no mistake, any of these teams they play in the Final Four are going to be a significant challenge on that front. But I like the way they're trending defensively, because that was always the one big question. But they defend without fouling. They're really big across the board. They can switch everything, and they're playing with a lot of confidence on the side of the floor right now.
Who do you like going into the Arizona-Michigan game? Because a lot of people that are following and covering kind of think that's the de facto national championship game. Which team do you kind of lean on in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, Michigan's playing at an unbelievable level, and their bigs are so difficult to contend with because, I mean, just think about it. You have Ade Mara, 7'3", 7'5", or 7'6" type of wingspan down there. Makes it really difficult inside. And then, of course, Axel Lindeborg's playing as well as anybody in the country. And Morez Johnson, like, kind of the forgotten third man there in that front court. But, my gosh, I mean, you always wondered how Dusty May was going to make it work. with three guys of that stature on the floor together, would the floor spacing be good enough? And especially with Elliot Cadeau at point guard, who wasn't really known for being a great three-point shooter. But, hey, lo and behold, when you have a lot of other weapons around you and the defense isn't focusing in on you, you get cleaner looks and you shoot the ball better. And that's been the story for Elliot Cadeau. So having said all that, the thing that I still like about Arizona is I do believe Arizona has the best backcourt left in the Final Four. And that's Jaden Bradley, who's sort of your savvy vet, your clutch shot maker, your mid-range maestro, paired with a probable lottery pick, maybe even a top 10 pick, and Braden Burries, who has really come on strong here within the last month. He's been great all year, but it's really within the last month that we've started to look at him as like, oh, wow, we should have been talking about you with Keaton Wagler and Darius Acuff and Kingston Flemings. You should have been in that conversation all along in terms of these great freshman guards. He's there now. He's been unreal this NCAA tournament. So the old adage of guard play in March, it's kind of fallen flat with the front courts dominating this NCAA tournament. But when it gets down to a winning time at the Final Four, I'm going to go with the team that has the best guards, and that's my justification for sticking with my Arizona pick.
Yeah. David Cobb, our guest, CBSSports.com is where you can find his great work. Also on social media as well is David W. Cobb there. You can give him a follow. Now, I look at the Hurley and the Yukon comeback. I said earlier, I thought the most underrated part of that whole sequence, aside from just the turnover, like how crazy that was the fact that Caravan, who's been there forever, just instantly thinks to look to his left and he sees a freshman and he just, here, you shoot the ball. Like that guy in that spot, usually we're just accustomed, I think, to that person wanting to fire away, and he sees his teammate open and Mullins buries it. What did you just think of that comeback and Duke's kind of collapse paired with Yukon hitting that shot? Just like where that registers for you and watching that in real time and in tournament history.
Yeah, just a total all-time finish. I was having to turn over our quick instant recap on that, and so I had the stat broadcast feed up, and of course, that's a solid 30, 45 seconds ahead of the broadcast. So it flashes up on the stats feed final with Yukon winning, and I'm thinking, what? That's got to be a glitch. That can't be right. And so I dial in on the screen, and lo and behold, it was reality. I think you make a great observation there on Caravan, and that play encapsulates who he is, making the right play, the high IQ, savvy, gritty vet, like all the cliches, but they apply. And they're why Alex Caravan is sort of a nice story here in a Final Four that's got a lot of transfers, and the casuals still get sort of ruffled by all that. And it's like, dude, this has been the way of the world for 5-6 years now. Like, we got to get over the transfer thing. But it is nice, isn't it, when you get a guy who stays at the same place for 4 years, has success, embraces his role, whatever that is in the given year. And then he's not the hero maybe in that moment, but he's a huge contributor to them winning the game. And so, UConn's rally there was unbelievable. And it's as much about the Duke collapse as anything, because John Scheyer's done a great job being the successor to an all-time legend in Coach K. But boy, the March missteps are really starting to add up, and this one was the worst of them all. I mean, losing in the Final Four to Houston a year ago after having a big lead in that game, that was one thing, but blowing a 19-point lead, a 15-point halftime lead against this Yukon team, it's something that's going to follow him, and it's something that they've got to really kick, and they got to look under the hood and figure out, why does this keep happening to us? Because you can even go back to 24 now, and then NC State and losing that game, same kind of story.
That was the DJ Burns game, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah,
it was.
DJ Burns.
Duke had a 6-point halftime lead in that one and couldn't hold on.
Well, so I talked about this earlier, David, of just like, because to me, Scheyer reminds me of a coach, actually coincidentally coaches out here in Dan Lanning. They're both in their late 30s. Their winning percentages are very similar. They've had a lot of success. They've done a great job at the programs, and you can clearly tell they're really good. But because they haven't broken through yet, you still get a lot of like, oh, what's going on there? Like Lanning seasons ends in blowout fashion in the playoffs back-to-back years. He's won the Big Ten. He's gone undefeated, but that doesn't matter when you lose by 20-plus points in a playoff game. Coincidentally, Scheyer's won multiple conference tournaments, and Duke's been one of the favorites the last few years since Scheyer has taken over. And like, to me, it's a matter of when, not necessarily if. And I guess I would ask you, as somebody kind of raising this about Scheyer, how much of this is about having such young teams in these spots versus sprinkling air. You mentioned Arizona and how the experience they have paired with their young players. You mentioned, we have Caravan's been there for a few seasons now. He's passing to a freshman. Like, you've got an interesting combo with some of these teams of experience paired with the young guys, whereas it feels like with Scheyer's teams, there's just so much youth that's having to lead the way that when you get in these spots, maybe they're a little more vulnerable to collapse in those.
I think you've diagnosed it pretty well there. It's really the story dating back even to the end of Coach K's tenure. I mean, you flash back, what his last number one seed was that team with Zion Williamson, R.J. Barrett, Cam Reddish,
yes,
Trey Jones, another freshman who was the point guard of that team, and they get into the NCAA tournament and couldn't get it done in a close game against Michigan State. Fast forward, okay, I even had questions about whether Duke could be as dominant in the regular season as they have been, still relying so heavily on freshmen under John Scheyer. To me, it's amazing that they have, because it's really cutting against the grain, especially the last few years when you still had so many of the COVID guys and the sport was older than ever. And the fact that they made it as far as they did last year with Con Knipple, Cooper Flagg, Kamal Malawak, amazing, right? So the regular season job, you give them an A+. But when it gets into those tight moments, as you mentioned, in the NCAA tournament, and the ball is in the hands of a freshman on that stage, it's not going well. And so I don't know how you fix that, but I do expect for Duke next year to be a little bit older, if for no other reason than this freshman class that we're going to have in the sport next year. It's just not the same. I'm sorry, there's not going to be a Cooper Flagg or a Cam Boozer level talent on that Duke team next season. It's Duke, though. There will still be talent, but I think it's going to skew a little bit older. And I don't know what that looks like because the portal's not even officially open yet, right? So, like, who they end up getting or attracting, we'll see. You know, a year ago they thought they were going to get Cedric Coward, who y'all know from up there in the Pacific Northwest, but, you know, he ended up going to the NBA, and so they missed out on having that veteran sort of guy who could have had the ball in his hands down the stretch. But I think that's got to be a bigger focal point for Duke moving forward. I don't think John Scheyer's ever going to abandon the freshman thing completely, and the recent results say that he shouldn't. He's had success with them, but when you get into an NCAA tournament situation here, you got to have somebody with a little bit of experience under their belt who you can give the ball to, because you know, the Boozer thing and the Flagg thing, pretty good results the last couple of years, but in both cases, it's led to miserable, devastating losses in the NCAA tournament.
Last one for you. We're against it. Just your thoughts of Oregon State hiring Michigan assistant coach Justin Joyner as their new head coach.
Yeah, solid hire. I think part of the there's a few different archetypes you can look at in this day and time to make a good coaching hire. One of them is hiring the assistant coach who's successfully been a part of what it looks like at the high major level. And then I also like that, you know, he saw the DNA of St. Mary's up close with Randy Bennett. So, you know, you work for Randy Bennett, Dusty May, you're probably worth a look. And obviously Dusty May has done an amazing job at Michigan and built it the right way. So he's seen how to build a program and been a big part of some really successful programs. So with that new Pac-12 reforming, I would look for Oregon State to be very competitive.
Good stuff. David Cobb, CBSSports.com, our guest covering college basketball at large. Enjoy the Final Four. Good luck to Arizona. I got Michigan, but good luck to Arizona, and enjoy the Final Four, my man.
All righty, I appreciate it.
All right, there we go. Good stuff from David Cobb, CBSSports.com. All right. Mail Sack Tuesday. We'll get to the Mail Sack in the final hour. I got a random recruiting story I want to get to. And the Blazers have a pivotal, and I mean huge, monumental play-in seeding game that we dare talk about. Loaded final hour. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Tom Dunden era of Trailblazers basketball begins tonight after the NBA officially approved his ownership group taking over on Monday. The Blazers are in LA to face the Clippers tonight. Could be a play-in preview. Portland entering the Intuit Dome, a game and a half behind LA for the 8th spot in the West. 8 p.m. late tip for the NBC Coast to Coast national coverage. Clips 5.5-point favorites. The Seattle Mariners making some MLB history today, agreeing to an 8-year, $95 million contract extension with 20-year-old infielder Colt Emerson, who has never played a game in the major leagues yet, starting this season at AAA Tacoma. It is the largest MLB contract for a player with 0 service time. He's 5 for 14 with a home run in 3 games with the Tacoma Rainiers. Meanwhile, the big league club got a walk-off RBI single from Cal Raleigh Monday night to take the opener from the Yankees 2-1. Same two teams tonight, 6:40, first pitch on TBS for the national TV audience. Max Fried, Logan Gilbert, your scheduled starters. The 15th-ranked Oregon Ducks baseball team is at home tonight hosting the Portland Pilots at PK Park, 5:05 first pitch. You can hear it on 910 ESPN Portland with pregame coverage beginning at 4:45. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with
All right, welcome back in. Final hour of the radio program. Dirt and Sprague here. It's good to be back. Had a little week-long vacation, spring break with the kiddos.
Yeah, we all need that.
You got to have it once in a while.
Yeah, I got mine coming up in a few weeks.
Can't all have the big bucks like Dirt, get to go to Hawaii.
So I don't know if I'll be refreshed and revitalized when I get
I'm actually terrified of when you come back. I think that first day back, you're going to pass out against a wall.
No,
again.
well, we did it right. So the big partying is on Friday and Saturday. A lot of guys leave Sunday.
You need a Sunday recovery day.
Sunday
don't
we're
you?
playing golf.
Oh, good call.
So we're going to,
Well, good call until you play the golf and you're super hungover.
I
think you underrate your age. And I mean no disrespect by that. You know I love to play around your age, but you think sometimes you're still like 27.
I find myself not drinking as much on the golf course as I used to.
Not worried about the golf course. I'm worried about Friday, Saturday.
Well, Friday and Saturday, yeah.
You're going to a whiskey distillery.
Touring distilleries for 2 days. Yeah. We're going to a AAA ball game Friday night.
S-housed at that AAA game.
And it's their big city festival. Like we have Rose Festival. It's called Thunder Weekend. So Saturday night, there's a big fireworks show like over the Ohio
River. Louisville, right?
Louisville, yeah.
Louisville's Rose Festival is called Thunder House?
Thunder Weekend.
Thunder Weekend?
Something like that.
That's badass.
I will have a full report on everything that goes on with that.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned for you being there.
Well, I think going to the distilleries.
That's why I get concerned.
Well,
you after distillery.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight.
I'm worried. All right? We're worried. Just don't be.
That's not going to age well.
No, it didn't age well in the moment. Not going to age well later. That's for sure. It's nice to be back. I did have like that moment yesterday. It was probably like 8:15. I'm like, my kids were off to school. I'm like, could have gone in today, but it was nice to see my kids off to the first day of school. I haven't been able to say bye to them in the morning forever. So it's good to be back. Thanks for everybody hanging out this morning. Hope your Tuesday's going well. Now let's get to. We have Swag. You want to talk about big games?
Yeah.
This is the biggest regular season game
in 5-6 years.
Ooh. Let's play this game here. Is it, though? because we were in draft lottery ping pong ball. Are we going to be worse than this team or that team? We have to lose tonight. We've had those games the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay, the most pressure to win.
Oh, that's a great question. What is the last biggest moment pressure game for the Blazers to win since tonight?
Yeah.
Not that I really actually think that's a lot of pressure.
No.
Because I think they're not better than the Clippers.
When have they truly had something on the line with a victory? Like, if they win, it's going to come down with the Clippers to that.
They have the Clippers twice, right? In the final
second,
6 games?
tonight in the second to last regular season
but
game.
They also have who they have, the Nuggets and
they go to the Spurs and Nuggets.
Spurs. They're not beating the Spurs.
So
not beating the Nuggets either.
Now the Nuggets might decide to rest some dudes.
I don't know, dude. The Nuggets are
but
still
the Nuggets
in the thick
need
of the
every
race
win.
too.
They're in a race for 4th, 5th with the Lakers, right?
Third. They're in the race for third. Yeah, they're like a half.
Oh, they're
game
with
behind. The Timberwolves and the Rockets.
Timberwolves. That's right.
All those
Yeah.
teams are jumbled.
I know.
They don't have reasons to rest unless they want specific matchups for the playoffs. So that is a great dumb question to ask. This is the most pressure-packed game to win. Yeah, that is what we do best. Welcome back. What do you do well? We pose kind of dumb questions.
We pose the best dumb questions in the market.
I'm going to have to think about that. And if Tex, please, can help me out. When is the last time the Blazers had the amount of pressure they have on them to win a game? When was that last time? And maybe I'll be reminded of something that I'm forgetting, but it's been a few seasons.
I mean, was it CJ's Game 7 with the Nuggets?
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a long time ago.
That's what I'm saying.
2019.
You're poo-pooing this game, and I'm saying
I'm not poo-pooing.
You are poo-pooing this game.
It's a slight poo-poo. It's not a poo-pooing. It's a slight poo-poo. I'm taking the ing off of this thing. There's a little poo-poo. All right, let's be real. We're in a play-in. We're not in the thick of the 3-seed race. We're not there with Houston, Minnesota, Denver, and the Lakers.
It's the difference between needing to win 1 game and 2 games.
I understand the math of it, buddy, but I'm not poo-pooing.
You went to Oregon State.
That's disrespectful. $22,680 for that education, buddy.
That was 1 year at UPS when I went.
Well, not all of us went to Lake Oswego.
I didn't go to Lake Oswego.
Get out of here. You went to the other Lake Oswego. We get it. Hoity-toity ass over there. Puget Sound ass. Get out of here. All right, let's get to the mail sack. You've delayed this.
Sorry.
By the way, people can text in when was the last time the Blazers? I'm legitimately kind of curious about this.
Like to win, not like
to win.
We want a victory. This victory has significance.
For those following the
win
team,
this game.
You got to win this game.
Yeah.
That's a great question to ask. 503-864-6326.
Fans are going to be like pointing fingers, blaming Tiago or Scoot or
the Tiago blames
whoever. Like there's actually, a modicum of heat after losing this game.
I'm serious, seriously here. All right, I'm done. I
know.
It's ridiculous.
I've tried as hard as I can.
All right, let's get to the first mail sack question, all right? Because it's a mail sack
sack's going to go for a while here.
Well, I know.
Mail sack.
So try to go.
Sack's backed up.
I'm getting more as they come in, too. So I'll try to get to as many as I can today. Give me a second here on the old show sheet. All right, let's start with this one. This one's delightful and uplifting.
Oh, good.
Let's start with the old gun to your head.
Do we?
What?
Yeah. I'm not comfortable with gun references in today's society. I don't.
What would you prefer if we eliminated gun to your head reference? What would you do?
I don't know.
Arm behind your back.
Huh?
Arm behind your back?
Yeah.
It's got to be some pressure to this.
I understand that.
So, gun to your head. You have to run a mile in a certain amount of time or it's curtains.
Yeah.
It's over. What is the lowest time that you actually attempt versus the lowest time where you say, I love everybody. See you later.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't care what the number is. I'm trying. I'm always trying. You could say 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And I'm going out dead sprinting.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
Well, and plus, if I'm going to go out, why don't I go out while I'm running and have a heart attack as opposed to whatever's waiting for me at the other end?
I'd rather you just be behind and I'm sprinting, trying, and then I know that I haven't beaten it because I just collapse. Curtains. It's over. What is the number, though, if you're playing the game?
Oh, boy. Right. Oh, God.
Now.
I am so out of shape.
Yeah, running's a little tough.
Where I would,
Someone says 5:20.
Oh, no way.
Could you come close?
No.
Because, that's basically, for me, that's dead sprinting the whole time.
That's dead sprinting the whole time.
I can't let up at all. That's probably like my
7 minutes. I probably could.
7 minutes.
I could convince myself I could
Come
get that.
on.
6 would be.
You could do 6:10
if I had adrenaline and I was pressure.
I think gun to your head gives you some adrenaline here, Bob.
And so, once you go below 6, I'm kidding myself. Like right now today, you give
I
me
told you
5 minutes to stretch so I don't,
sure,
pull something and fall over immediately.
If I gave you 5:40. You'd not do it, but I think you could come closer than you think. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in the 5:30 range for me.
I don't think people understand how fast that is.
Well, I also don't think I could do it, but if you said 5:30, I think I got a little shot.
If you wanted me to be convinced I could do that, 7 minutes is probably...
I'm really going to need 5 to 10 minutes of real proper stretch, too, if I'm
going to attempt I gotta lengthen out and maybe do a couple of quick sprints to get the blood flowing.
The fastest, I remember when we did
on
it in middle school.
Like on a track, on a flat surface.
We had a kid in middle school because Park Rose is old middle school. It's no longer there. The track was almost like sand.
Oh.
Not even.
Old school.
It was old school,
yeah. It's crushed up cinders and stuff.
Yeah, crushed up cinder, and it was red. It's I hated doing it because it got all over your shoes and crap. And we didn't carry 2 shoes back in middle school, right? So your shoes were ruined.
Yeah.
A kid ran 5:15 one day. And I just was and I actually tried. I think I finished at 6:20 because I didn't really run like that, right? And I was so proud, and I look back, and he had been done for a minute.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what did you finish with? He's like, 5:15. I'm like, damn, dude.
Yeah.
That's insane. Couldn't do it, but I'd say 5:30, 5:35.
Yeah, you're in shape. You run all the time. Yeah,
I don't run all the time. I haven't run in a long time, actually. I've only done a couple runs this year.
You put it on the shelf after Hood to Coast?
I have bad knees, and so I got my window of training for Hood to Coast has to be at a certain time. I cannot do year-round running. Another mail sack, and then we'll go to break. I was watching Eddie Van Halen on YouTube, and somebody said they couldn't even play the wrong notes as fast as Van Halen plays the right ones. Could you play the wrong notes as fast as Van Halen performs?
No.
I am trying to sneaky good
if I was to learn a new instrument,
I'm trying.
I would want to play the piano over guitar.
Yeah,
I would want to play piano over guitar.
Why? Elton John?
Billy Joel. Harry Connick Jr.
Yeah, there you go. I love Harry Connick Jr. I am trying to learn an instrument. Ukulele.
Okay.
Don't judge me.
No.
I don't need to hear about how they're much easier to learn than the guitar. It's delightful.
There you go.
I love to hold one. It makes me feel good.
Yeah.
And I'm signing up for lessons.
Learn that. Learn some Buffett tunes.
Yeah.
Life's good.
I just want to be in Hawaii setting like Dirt or Mexico or something and play my ukulele.
Perfect.
So I've never learned how to play an instrument. I would not be able to go as fast as Van Halen to answer the question.
No.
But I am trying to learn an instrument.
There you go.
All right. We got way more mail sack to get to. We spent way too much time on poo-poo or no poo-pooing. The Blazer big game. I'm not poo-pooing. I'm poo-poo, but not poo-pooing. There's a difference there. ING. More mail sack, and your mail sack questions are welcome if you want to try to get them in. 503-864-6326. That's next on The Fan.
When the tournament moment calls for bold, break your beak. Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing. Enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
At the horn, no good, and that is it. The 3-time national champions are on their way to Phoenix for the 6th consecutive year. South Carolina is going to the Final Four.
Yeah, there is Westwood One Radio. South Carolina beats up on TCU. The women's tournament has basically been, there's these 4 great teams and everybody else is playing for a very distant second. These 4 teams going to be very interesting. South Carolina's 6th straight Final Four appearance, 8th overall since 2015. only team to make each of the last 6 Final Fours. Yukon is the only team with a streak longer than that. South Carolina, Yukon, and Texas, UCLA. I think it's going to be Texas and Yukon would be my pick. In the women's, Texas is a juggernaut this year, and I think Yukon is destined to get to the championship game at a minimum. The Bracket Buster Report is brought to you by Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing, packed with citrus hops, killer aroma, and a smooth finish. Beak Breaker, enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
Feeling the
All right, welcome back in. 9:38 on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. It's been nice to be back. Thanks for everybody for hanging out with us today. It's been interesting. Hey, we had a return at least. We had a rejoiner properly play. We had a system malfunction there in the last commercial break. We're doing some mail sack carryover here. I had one Oregon football note. I'm going to hold it for tomorrow. I'm making an executive decision. And then we have, dare we say, got a big Blazer game tonight. Now, I'm stuck in a tough spot here. My alarm goes off at 3:55. That's never easy. And then, this game doesn't start till 8. What time is this game going to end if it's close? 10:30? 10:45?
Yeah. Well, and it'll be closer to 8:15.
It always
8
is.
o'clock.
I know. It always is.
Now, the first game does start at 5, so maybe there's enough of a gap.
These 8 p.m. games have been every time 8:15. What are we going to do here?
NBC.
We're just both going to be drained. You know what? Tomorrow's show is going to be loopy.
I might be already back from test night at the ballpark.
What time's your first game?
The game starts at 5. There's a second game at 7:30. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think you'll be back by the fourth quarter.
I think.
Unless you're hanging out.
I might be back for the first, the part of the game. They're not going to keep us there all night. We're not doing we're working stuff out through the game, using the game as a.
Oh, you don't have to be calling the whole game.
I don't
the way
believe
you do a Hops
so.
Game. I can't wait for them to keep you there the entire time.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Somebody says, I lived in Ashland for a few years. We always called Grant's Pass Grant's ass. Boy.
Wow.
Town-on-town hatred.
Look at that. Small Oregon town. Yeah.
Somebody says, I lived my worst sports fear multiple times, being a Colts fan and a Blazer fan. Favorite player, career-ending injuries, B-Roy and Andrew Luck. Oh.
Yeah.
That's tough. I saw a clip from Nick Batum on the Old Man and the Three podcast, and they were just like, he was either a favorite teammate you've played for with Batum or something, and he basically just was like B-Roy. He said, B-Roy's the best player I've played with outside of Kawhi Leonard, and they just played old clips of B-Roy, and I got super sad. That's a really good one. The B-Roy one is pretty devastating. Mail sack question. Does UNC have the greatest NBA starting 5 ever?
Ooh.
Jordan, Carter, Jamison, Worthy, Rashid. Duke has got to be in this conversation.
Well, it depends on how far back you want to go. Because UCLA could start Walton and Lou Alcindor.
Yeah, Jabbar.
Yeah, you had Jamal Wilkes at a shooting guard.
Russ. I mean, they had Russell
Westbrook.
He's 5th all-time in assists. Say what you want about him. Kevin Love.
Yeah.
Who are we forgetting? We're omitting somebody.
There's some guards that we're forgetting.
Duke would be a good one because you'd have Brand, Flag, Kyrie. Ooh, Duke's might be. But this one is Jordan.
I know.
I think by default, people are just going to choose UNC when you just say the one name and not the other 4. Because Carter was good. They underwhelmed in the NBA, but he had a great career. Jamison, very similar to Carter, wasn't quite what we thought he would be, but had a very good career. Worthy is, big game James. Yeah. And then Rashid, who had a really good career, but was never a number 1.
And Sam Perkins as my 6th man?
Oh, I love me some Sam Perkins, dude. I love me some Sam Perkins. When Sam Perkins was a Sonic and couldn't move,
smooth.
And he just became big smooth.
Think about Sam Perkins today.
I know.
He would be allowed to jack up 8 threes a game.
I'll never forget interviewing Cliff Robinson, RIP, before he passed, and we're like, dude, you in the modern era, and he goes, don't get me started. It's like my bank account would be much different. Yeah, dude, a stretch big, just shooting threes, 10 a game.
That might be one of our summertime our summertime. If we do like we did last year, where we did a fake show, we did that for the golf tournament? I think we did that for the golf tournament. What did we do where we did our all-time NBA top 10?
That was the golf tournament. We recorded it. We recorded it out here, and we did our NBA top 10 all-time.
I think that went great. I don't know how you guys felt.
Yeah, I thought it was really fun.
Maybe we do that, or we find something like that. The all-time, who has the all-time, which university, the all-time greatest NBA starting 5 you could put together.
Dude, the Duke one's pretty good.
But if we took some time and did some research and went back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, we could noodle on that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do that again. I enjoyed it, but what? I don't know if that's something I really want to do.
Okay.
The top 10 was just fun because
we always made fun of it.
We always made fun of it. And then people would come out like, really?
All right.
You got that guy, that number? Like, yeah, I'm sorry. Who do you have? The funniest one was how much we got crap for it, and someone was like, Kobe has to be number 2. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Mail sack, you can only pick one minor league team to have season tickets. Winter Hawks, Pickles, or playoff bound. Portland Remix
for the first time.
How about that?
I would probably go Hops.
Okay.
I
wonder why you would go Hops.
Well, no, I'm thinking about it. Winter Hawk. I need to go to the newly reinvented VMC.
I still haven't been to the VMC.
I need to go do that. I love hockey, but my thinking is I'm involved in basketball so much, during that time. You'd be coaching, so how many games are you really going to get to? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So if I wasn't announcing Hops games, but being outdoors in the summertime, brand new ballpark, if I was going to have season tickets, all summer long, hanging out.
I don't like
close
this game.
to home.
Why are we picking against all our children here? I'm always the reason I love basketball is because I'm a fancy lad, a soy boy. I like being indoors. I don't want a chance being in bad weather, and I get cold easy. But of those options,
yeah. But at Winterhawks games, it's cold. They got to keep it cold to get the ice.
I know.
You can't go
but
in
I
there
love our friends at the Winterhawks.
I know. I love our friends at the Winterhawks. But
also summertime, eating a glizzy, watching some baseball. I think I'm going to lean on the Hops. It's not that I don't love the Pickles, the Winterhawks, or the Remix. It's just I think they give me exactly what I want in the moment I want it.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
And then you're halfway to the coast.
I got to tell me about that. I'm well aware. Last one. I mentioned wanting to learn to ride a motorcycle. I think I can ride a motorcycle. It's about just, am I ever going to buy one and ride it? Have I seen the Long Way series on Apple TV, and do I have a place or road in the world I'd like to ride? One, I've not seen. I do think Apple TV has good shows, underrated, in my opinion. I've not seen the show. I still want to ride a motorcycle. I battle the thought every day when I go to a Fred Meyer or something and I see one in the parking lot. I'm like, dude, I'd love to just ride. And yes, I have thought about this. I rode a Vespa in a town in Vietnam called Mui Na.
Okay.
Tiny coastal town, like perfect. You stop anywhere. You want a beer for 40 cents, there it is. And then you can ride on kind of the cliffside and you overlook the whole ocean and it's just beautiful and perfect. Yes, Italy. Sign me up all day.
Oh, okay.
A Vespa in Italy is exactly what I'm after, which may tell you all you need to know about my motorcycle riding wants. I'm not a big...
you don't want a big hog?
A big hog with the handlebars way
Going
up.
down Pacific Coast Highway?
I don't need like a speed bike that's going to take me 150 miles an hour at any given moment. I want a nice cruising bike. You give me something like that, I'm all in.
Okay.
You ever interested in riding a motorcycle?
No.
That's too bad.
No. I like having the safety of...
You like 4 wheels?
4 wheels.
And a wall?
And things, doors, and metal around me.
Yeah. That's because you're soft.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Blazers.
Pinkies up.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you for the mail sack questions. It's always fun to do the mail sack, and come back to a mail sack is delightful. Let's talk about the big Blazer game. This is the big must-win Blazer game for the first time since fill in the blank. Let's talk about the Peacock matchup with the mighty Clippers in the play-in battle next on The Fan.
About to lose.
All right, welcome back in. Okay, this is the biggest must-win Blazer game since when?
Nuggets game 7.
You really think it's that game?
Yeah.
What was that, 2019?
Something like that, yeah.
It's 2026.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They had 2 playoff appearances after that, right? Or was it just the one?
I think it was just the one.
It was the bubble, Dame's bubble game.
Yeah, the bubble was
one of the greatest
weird
playoff performance games
and that's
I've
why
ever
I say
seen.
the bubble was just weird. We were just glad there was basketball and something to watch on TV.
Yeah, I'm biased. I'm not going to poo-poo the bubble ball. I think that just to have that was great.
No, it was great. And that's why I say but there was no real we have to do this. It was just surreal.
Got to mention here. Sorry, I'm just reading some text stuff.
That's fine.
Underrated starting 5. How about Houston?
Clyde
Olajuwon, Clyde, Elvin Hayes, Otis Birdsong, and then you fill in the blank for number 5, which they have a couple cats that are going to be in the NBA draft this year.
Yeah, but you have...
That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Olajuwon and Drexler are going to match almost any team if they're playing together.
3 Hall of Famers. Is Big E in the Hall of Fame? I'm assuming everybody that had a career in the NBA got in at some point.
If you were great in college and okay in the NBA, then you get in the Hall of Fame. And one listener playing catch-up on the old Odyssey app, we did pull it, by the way.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight.
Absolutely they are.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to wait and see who that is.
Jefferson and Glencoe.
Yeah, Jefferson, Glencoe, you better watch out. You're going to get it.
Some high school kid's going to get the full swag treatment tonight.
You'll be a parent in that stands feeling real uncomfortable about what you're about to do. Shouting them out. He says a Vespa. Less Hell's Angel, more of a Hex Angel.
Ciao.
Hey, I'm the Ned Flanders of motorcycle riding. What do you want from me?
You want me to go fast? I can't enjoy the scenery.
Dude, that is still one of my best memories. If I'm ever laying there dying, that will be a memory I will just really value. Going slow, my wife was on the back. We had a Vespa. We're going about 40 miles an hour up the coastline of Vietnam. I loved that experience.
See, I can't wait. We're getting set. Final payment on the cruise. Just went through the credit card. So.
Oh, you did a down payment?
No, we paid for the whole thing. This is the end of it. So But they have these big hammocky nets that go off the bow out to where the far end where the sail attaches to.
There you go.
So you can go and you're over the ocean or the sea.
Yeah.
And you can just lay there. I cannot wait to do that.
I think the fact that people couldn't really give us the biggest game they must win is the indication of how long it's been. I think you might be right. Must-win game for the Blazers against Clippers in the play-in battle for the 8th.
Yeah, take a nap.
Will we be the 9 or the 8?
Find out how many people make it.
We're going to stay up late, watch this thing, and then we'll talk with you about it tomorrow from 6 to 10. Coming up next is The Fern with Harrison Meringue. Thanks for hanging with us today. It's good to be back. We're back tomorrow. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Brad Evans.